in the bacon, fat funks in the bacon, fat, all things that are vacant, fat, and all things that are vacant, in the bacon, funks in the bacon, fat, funks in the bacon, fat, all things that are vacant, and then you put all things that are vacant, the mince.
Why are you putting mince?
Because then you've got the girth. That's what you're not getting. That's what you're not getting, Sam. This is what I mean. You've got the that's what you're not getting. That's what you're not getting, Sam. This is what I mean.
Greetings, loyal citizens of the Imperium, queechlings and hoons alike. How are we all doing? It is Wednesday. I am the Slam King, Imperial Remembrancer. And that means it's time for another tale from the 41st Millennium. So, it's actually been 2 weeks since we last dipped into the grimdark, so to speak, and we're at a pivotal point in the book now as well. So I have been chomping at the bit for this to get stuck into this half of the book. So how is everybody? We're midway through the week now, middle of the week. How's everybody's week going? Let me know in the chat. Speaking of the chat, let me see who we've got. Queechybot, who have we got in here? We've got Nosser, we've got Ulsect, we've got Cecil, we've got Moderator Supreme Chaka, we've got Heli, we've got Jeski's Fella, Leeds J, Martin, Wash, Draw for Death Metal, the artist formerly known as Eggy, and we've got the Contrarian. We've got Viva La Dan. We've got Martin. Lovely, lovely. We've got Allure on kick. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Eggy, fucking gassed with my new logo. It looks fantastic. It's a great fucking looking logo, that. Loving it, absolutely loving it. Allure 9, do I remember you? Yeah, you were on last night's stream, weren't you? Cecil, I'm talking about Eggy's new logo. Check it. It's fucking awesome. Gore Crusher did it. It looks fucking amazing. yeah, I remember you, Law. I remember you. I've still got to check out your artwork properly. I had a quick ganders over it yesterday after the stream, but I didn't have a chance to properly look because it was late and I was tired. Yo, Viva La Dan with the 3-month resub. Amazing. Thank you so much. Massive love, Dan. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Huge love. Leeds J, Slam King, how are you doing? I'm doing good. I'm doing all right. Feeling like I'm getting stuff done this week, which is nice. Which is a really nice feeling. Because I do find it hard to get things done. I'll be honest. Like, what I do is I'll have loads of things, like all at the same time, and I'll just be chipping away at different things. You know, like rather than doing what I should do, which is concentrate on one thing at a time, I'll have a million things going on at once. And then I just start getting overwhelmed and like swamped with everything. And it just becomes a nightmare. And then I start like freaking out and shit. And then nothing gets done. But this week, I feel like I'm getting stuff done, which is a nice feeling. It's a strange feeling, I'll be honest. Because it doesn't happen very often. Hello, by the way, you're looking awesome in this outfit. Thank you very much, hello. Do you know what I mean? Dripping. We call this grimdark drip. That's what it's called. Do you know what I mean? Best dressed man in the Sol system. That's what I was voted by the rest of the Imperial Remembrancers. Viva La Dan, I've been at Download, Bloodstock, and Burn It Down over the summer. Time to chill until Parkway Drive, then Pendulum, and then hibernate until January. That's a run of shows, that, innit, Dan? Jesus Christ. That is a run of shows, mate. But I can imagine you've had a hell of a summer then. Snow, how you doing? You alright, bruv? Hello. By the way, do you like my work? I only had a quick ganders over it. Like I didn't properly look into it because I was literally about to go to bed. But yeah, your work's good. Your work is good. Very good. But I'll have a proper look at some time over the weekend. Once I've got all my shit done. Terra Trooper! Trooper's in the house. Por favor! How you doing, Trooper? With the 10-month resub, massive love. Thank you so much. Huge love. Oh, hang on. How do I do that? There we go. Thank you so much, Trooper. Huge love. Really appreciate you. How you doing, Trooper? Chaka, where is the cloth you got on? Did you steal one of the Queen's dresses? No, I actually bought this. Specifically for this. I'll give you one guess. Where do you think I got it from? I'll give you one guess. Let's see if you can guess where I got this from. Afflex. Nope. Driver Death Metal. Temu, there you go. There you go. It's my mecca, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? I fucking love Temu. I get so much shit off Temu, it's amazing. But the shit I get off Temu, I never use it for what it's for. I'll always have an idea in my mind of what it is that I want to make. And then I'll go on Temu and I'll be like, right, okay, I need this. And then I'll start like just getting little bits of things. There's something literally just sat there on the wall that I really want to show you, but I can't. Right? That I've made from shit that I've got off Temu, and it's fucking amazing. And I really want to show you, but I can't show you yet. So, but they're fucking amazing. They're fucking amazing. And there's some other shit as well in this room as well that I've made from shit that I've bought off Temu that I can't show you yet. But I'm so gassed. So gassed. But yeah, that's what I do with Temu. I just like I'll have an idea of what I need and what I need to make it out of. And then I'll just order little bits and pieces off Temu and then make it. Right, 1 second. I'll give you a little quick teaser of what I've made. You might, to be fair, you've probably already seen it in the Discord anyway. But I made this out of a toy Nerf gun and a toy chainsaw. And then I painted it. I cut it all up, glued it all together, and then painted it. And made a Lancer out of Gears of War. How good's that? So sick. So yeah. That's what I use Temu for, is shit like that. And there's loads of other stuff as well, but I definitely can't show you them. I only shown you the Lancer because I posted a photo of it in the Discord and I was like, ah, you've already seen it anyway, so it's fine. I wish I had a Lancer. Hey, look, right? I like making shit. I love making stuff. That's like what I love to do. I love making things. Like this fucking thing with all the tubes and shit. I made that out of random bits of shit that I found in the fucking shop around the corner. And then I fucking cut it all to pieces, glued it all together, and then painted it. I just like making shit, don't I? Do you know what I mean? That's what I love doing. Like all the old music videos in Ingested, like all the, like, pretty much nearly all the props, nearly all of them, I made. Like those masks in the Pantheon video, like, and the heart that got cut out and shit. Like, I made all that shit. Made all of it. All sect, how you doing? Fuck, bro, you made that. Fucking nuts. Yeah, I made it. Yeah, I made it. I love making stuff. You should see some of the other shit that I've made for this thing that we did over the weekend while we were away. You should see it. It's fucking sick. Thanks, all sect. Chaka, if you weren't streaming, you should work at a creative place with kids. Yeah, I just love making stuff. But the thing is, though, I'm so scatterbrained and all over the place, is that when I'm making stuff, I don't like... I very rarely have a plan. I just know in my head what I need, and then I'm like, right, well, I'm just going to fit like this. I was like, right, I need some kind of assault rifle, Nerf gun sort of thing, and I need a toy chainsaw. So I went on Temu and found those things, and then they arrived. So then I just cut up this toy chainsaw and then glued it all in, and then I painted everything. Do you know what I mean? It weren't like a big plan or anything. I didn't even know how I was going to fit it on until they arrived, and then I looked at it and I was like, right, okay, I know what to do. You know what I mean? All sect. I like lurking a lot. I'm a little mouse most times. Well, welcome, all sect. It's nice to see you. But yeah, there we go. Lancer. There may or may not be two of these, by the way. Well, there is two of these. I posted a photo of two of them in the Discord, so you know there's two of them. So I wonder what they could be for. I wonder what they could be for. What could they possibly be for? Viva la Dan, think we'll see Jason at the next big Comic Con. Whoa, 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 whoa. Cecil! Cecil with a gifted sub to all sect. Massive love, Cecil. Huge love. Cheers. Thank you so much. Cheers, Cecil. Oh, I need to pop that on there. 90. That's a fucking... That's a giveaway, isn't it? Isn't that a giveaway, 90? Yeah, it would be. 90 is a giveaway. Right, let's give something away. Yo! Draw for Death Metal, the artist formerly known as Eggy. 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much, Eggy. Absolute legend. Thank you so much. Oh, cheers, guys. Martin with the resub. 23-month resub. Thank you so much. Cheers, Martin. Massive love. Cheers, guys. You guys are the best. Thank you so much. I don't even... What was that? Was that 6 I need to add? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. Absolute legends. Right, let's give something away. Official... Why can I not speak? Yo, Chaka with the gifted sub. Amazing. Gifted sub to Jamie Slays UK. Huge love. Thank you so much, Chaka. Thanks, guys. You guys are fucking awesome. Let's give this away. Official Slam King logo patch. What number is it? They're all numbered. Number 71. It's number 71. Let's open it right now. So, you know the drill. You got to be a Twitch subscriber. And all you have to do, once this opens, is type !raffle in the chat. If you've already won one, you can still enter, but if you win... Oh, it's not opened yet. It's not opened yet, guys. It's not opened yet. Oh, right, I'll open it now. Right, it's open now. Now everyone can start. Type raffle to join. Jeski's fella, Cecil, and Viva La Dan. You're going to have to do it again. You were eager beavers. Your beavers were too eager. Yeah, Jeski's fella and Viva La Dan, you'll have to do it again. You'll have to enter again. Because you jumped the shark. But yeah, if you're a Twitch subscriber, type !raffle in the chat right now. If you have won one before, you can still enter just for fun. But if you win, you have to nominate a subscriber who hasn't yet won one, and they will win the patch. Because ideally, I want you all to get one each. That's the plan. But there we go. !raffle. You've got about 4 minutes. Oh yeah, you've got 4 minutes remaining. So get !raffle in the chat. Ulsect, yeah, you can get in the raffle. Get in the raffle. Win. You might win this. It's worth it. Do you know what I mean? It's absolutely worth it. Right. Where we at? Where we at? Where we at? Draw for death metal. You can sew it on your jacket, on your bag, on your face, on your bum cheeks. You could do all of those things. You could sew it across your bum cheeks to keep your bum crease never pooing.
Greetings, dear Queechlings. I am Imperial Servo-Scum
Fucking hell, Nigel.
Pleased to make your acquaintance.
Jesus Christ, Nigel, you scared the fucking shit out of me.
That is very funny, Slam King.
All right. Well, I didn't think it was funny. Oh, you off, Nigel? Well, that was short and sweet, weren't it? There he was. There he was, Big Nigel. Seth Kruger on YouTube. Welcome. How are you doing? Praise the God Emperor. Beloved above all. Oh, right. Okay. So, where were we up to? What had just happened? Where were we at? Oh, shit. They'd just escaped the Istvan system, hadn't they? They'd picked up Keeler. they'd picked up Keeler, Yachten, Cruz, Cinderman, and Mercedes, and then they had to escape the system, didn't they? And Typhon started chasing them, and they managed to get away, and then they went directly into the warp. While all the navigators and the astropaths were basically saying, the warp's fucked, don't go in. And then the ship's crew were basically like, our Geller fields aren't working, which are like the force fields that protect them from the warp, basically. And they're like, the Geller fields aren't working. And the astropaths are going, don't go in the warp, it's fucked. And then they were like, but we've got to go in the warp. And then they just went in the warp. So all the worst things possible, the worst situations that could possibly happen are happening right now, basically. they're going into the warp while the warp is like very stormy, and they've got no Geller fields, or at least the Geller fields are fucked and not working properly. So they're going into a very, very aggressive warp with no protection. Sans Johnny, as the French would say. Do you know what I mean? Risking it. Risking it. Owen! Oh my god, Owen's in two... Oh my god. Owen's in two places. He's omnipresent. We've got double cess. We're cessed up. Never smart to go in with no protection. Oh, Christ. Right. Okay. What is the plan? Okay, so... Snow. All the fun stuff is about to happen. I really can't wait. Yeah, I know. It's gonna be fucking... It's gonna be something else. Right, have we still got this? Right, okay. Right, we got to pick a winner for this patch. Because it has closed. Right, okay. So we're going to pick a winner for this patch, number 71. I'm going to pick the winner in 3, 2, 1. Eggy! Or Draw for Death Metal, formerly known as Eggy. You have won! You have won! Have you already won one or not? Yeah, you have, haven't you? Who's not won yet? Twitch subscribers. If you haven't won one of these, let us know. Let us know. Viva La Dan says he hasn't won one. We got anybody else coming up to the plate? And then Eggy can choose. Let's say you've got 2 minutes. 2 minutes. You got 2 minutes, and then Eggy shall make his choice. So we got Viva La Dan. Is it just Viva La Dan? Who has not won one? Right, eggs. Your choice is simple. It's Viva La Dan or Viva La Dan. Who shall you choose? I'm just waiting for Eggy to give the word. I don't know where he's gone. Oh, there he is. I draw Viva La Dan. All right, let's get some Steagles in the chat for Eggy and Viva La Dan. Let's get some Steagles. Congratulations, Viva La Dan. Why is it not working? Ah, there we go. There we go. There's some Steagles. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff. Love to see it. I love to see it. Right, Viva La Dan. Can you send me a direct message on Discord? Are you on our You are on our Discord. Send me a direct message with the number 71 on it, just so I know that that one's yours. And then I'll get your details, and I'll get that sent out to you. Congratulations, Viva La Dan. So yeah, send me a Discord message with the number 71 on it. And I'll get that sent out to you. There we go. There we go. Congratulations to Viva La Dan. And thank you, the artist formerly known as Eggy.
Thinking, I think it is
Fucking
time to
hell.
start the book.
All right. Fucking hell. Right. Right, okay. Nigel has spoken, people. It's time to start the book. Right, Nigel, you can fuck off now. Go on. Off you fuck. Jesus Christ. You don't half wear out your welcome sometimes, Nigel. Viva La Dan, done it now so I don't forget. Amazing. I'll reply to you after the stream. Okay. Into the warp we go. Ha 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 ha! Okay, right. Let's fucking do this. I hope you guys are all sitting comfortably. Hope you've all got your nice blankies and your cups of tea. Yeah. Get comfortable. Because I've got a sneaking suspicion that our Nathaniel Garro is about to become very uncomfortable. So let's fucking do this. Alright, guys. Is the music too loud or is the music okay? Let me know. Oh shit, what's happened? Oh, brilliant, brilliant. Hang on. Give us a second, guys. One of my fucking monitors has just decided to stop working, so everything's fucking gone mental. Give me 2 seconds and I'll sort it out. My apologies. I don't know why it does that. Yeah, just every now and again, my second monitor for the laptop, the one that I always have all my mixer on, basically, you know, so I can control the sound levels and shit. It just decides to stop working. Well, it's not that it stops working; it just resets itself for no reason whatsoever. So then everything that's on that monitor just shifts over to the main laptop, which is really, really annoying. Right, okay. Probably a tad loud. Alright. There we go. How's that? Let me know if the music's too quiet or too loud or whatever. Okay. There we go. All right. Chapter 11. Chaos. Visions. The Resurrected. The Eisenstein fell. The warp gate opened. A ragged-edged wound cut through the matrix of space, and it drew the damaged frigate inside. Unreal energies collided and annihilated one another. With a brilliant flicker of radiation, the ship left reality behind. It was impossible for a person possessed of an unaltered mind to comprehend the nature of warp space. The seething, churning ocean of raw non-matter was psychoactive. It was as much a product of the psyches of those that looked upon it, as it was a shifting, willful landscape of its own. On ancient Earth, there had once been a philosopher who warned that if a man were to look into an abyss, then he should know that the abyss would also look into the man. In no other place was this as true as it was in the immaterium. The warp was a mirror for the emotions of every living thing, a sea of turbulent thought echoes, the dark dregs of every hidden desire and broken id mixed together into a raw mass of disorder. If one could apply a single word to describe the nature of the warp, that word would be chaos. The navigators and the astropaths knew the immaterium as well as any human could, but even they understood that their knowledge stood only in the shallows of this mad ocean. Description of the warp was not something they could easily relay to the limited minds of lesser beings. Some saw the realm as if it were made of taste and smell, some as a fractal backcloth woven from mathematical theorems and lines of dense equations. Others conceived it as song, with turning symphonies to represent worlds, bold strings for thought patterns, great brass reveilles for suns, and woodwinds and timpani for the ships that crossed the Auroscape. But its very existence defied comprehension. The warp was change. It was the absence of reason unleashed and teeming, sometimes in the mill pond calm, sometimes towering in titanic stormy rages. It was the Medusa, the mythic beast that could kill an unwary man who dared to look upon it unguarded. Into this, the wounded starship Eisenstein had been thrown, the shimmering and unsteady bubble of her protective Gellerfield writhing as the insanity tried to claw inside. The blast baffles slammed shut over the bridge viewport the instant the ship began its transition. Garro was grateful for it. The familiar lurching sensation in his chest that a warp jump forced upon him made the Death Guard grimace. There was something that disturbed him on the deepest, most primal level about the hellish light of warp space, and he was glad not to be bathed in it as the frigate translated. "We're through," gasped Vought. "We're away." Cruz patted her on the shoulder as a rough-throated cheer sounded from the crewmen, all except the shipmaster, who gave Garro a grim-faced look. "We shouldn't take our glories too soon, lads," he said, addressing his men, but facing the Death Guard. "As of now, we have only traded one set of dangers for another." The shaking, rolling gait of the Eisenstein showed no signs of easing. If anything, the smooth voyage through normal space was a distant memory, and the rattling swell it rode through had become the norm. "How long will it take us to reach safety?" Garro asked. Kaya sighed heavily, the fatigue he had been holding at bay brimming over to flood him. "It's the warp, sir," he said, as if that would explain anything. "We could be in Terra's shade in a day, or we might find ourselves clear across the galaxy 100 years hence. There are no maps for these territories. We simply hold on and let our navigator guide us as best he can." The ship rocked, and a moaning shudder rippled the length of the bridge chamber. "This is a tough old boat," Kaya added. It won't go easily. Garro caught sight of Decius, listening intently to his helmet vox. Lord? He called, any signs of their earlier disagreement gone. Message from Arca below decks. He says there are intruders on board. Nathaniel's hand went for the hilt of his sword. How can that be? We detected no craft launched from Typhon's ship. Don't know, sir. I'm only relaying what the sergeant says. Garro toggled the vox link on his armor's collar and caught the fragmentary barks of noise over the general channel. He heard the harsh snarls of bolter fire and screaming that clawed to inhuman heights. For an instant, he thought of the Warsinger and her alien chorus. Alarm triggers sounding on the lower tiers, reported Vought. Is 7A as adjutant... Is 7A as adjutants again, at the Navis Sanctorum. Arcur is there, added Decius. Decius, with me. Sendek, you will remain here, said Garro. Tell Arcur we're coming to him, and to send all the men to be on alert. Aye, sir. Sendek nodded his assent. Garro turned to the older Lunar Wolf. Captain Cruz, I would have you take my post here if you will. Yackton saluted briskly. This is your ship, lad. I'll do as you order me. My experience may be of some use to these youths. Garro made to leave and found Keeler still there, standing before him. You will be tested, she said, without preamble. He pushed past her. Of that, I've never been in doubt. Anders Hacker had killed many times in his life. The countless adversaries that had fallen before his guns, his blades, his fists. They were a blur of swift and purposeful death. In service to the 14th Legion, the veteran had fought Orc and Eldar, Jorgal and Hikosi. He had fought beasts and he had fought men. But the enemies that he fought today were a kind that he had never seen the like of. The first warning came when Severnaya's Navis adjutant threw herself screaming from the door of the sanctum, weeping and shouting incoherently. The woman collapsed in a heap of thin limbs and knotted cloak. Her hands jerked and pointed to the corners of the corridor, as if she could see things up there that Hakur and the other Astartes were blind to. He stepped to her, and he felt his skin go cold, as if he had entered a refrigerated chamber. Then he saw it, just at the edges of his vision, the merest flicker of oddly colored light, like fireflies shimmering in the dark. It came and went so fast, for a moment he thought it might have been a trick of his brain, an after effect of stress and battle fatigue. He was still processing this when the first of the things emerged out of the smoky air and killed the Death Guard standing with his back to him. Hakur had the impression of a spinning disc, a wide purple blade trailing stinging cilia from its edges. And then the Astartes was being ripped open, blood and gore issuing out in runnels. Hakur fired reflexively, aware that his battle brother was already beyond rescue, snapping off a 3-round burst at a diaphanous shape. It died with a shriek, but the sound became a clarion call, and suddenly new and different forms were emerging from the walls and floor. They brought a stench of such potency with them that Hacker's gorge rose and he tasted acid bile. The adjutant was already on her knees and puking violently. Blood's oath! Cursed one of the men in his squad. Rotten death! It was at that, and 100 times worse. The slices through which the creatures emerged allowed drafts of fetid plague house stink to coil into the corridor. patches of fungus and rusty discoloration fingered along crevices in the iron decking where the stench crawled forth. But this was only the precursor to the diseased horrors of the invaders themselves. They sickened Hakur to such a degree that he attacked instantly. So abhorrent were these things that the thought of their continued existence revolted him. The shape of the creatures was vaguely that of a man, but only in the grossest, most basic sense. Ropey limbs that shook with palsy, flicked and clawed with black, decayed talons. Distended, malformed hooves scraped across the decking, leaving lines of acid slime and excrement. Each one was naked and bloated around the torso and belly with gaseous buboes and grotesque sores that wept thick pus. Heads were shrunken balls of flaking skin over rictus grinning skulls. All of them had trains of buzzing insects following them behind them. Tiny bottle green flies that dived in and out of the invaders' open wounds. Where bolt rounds struck them, gobbets of flesh were torn off and rolled away in bloody hanks of stinking meat. They took a lot of killing, the skittering, burbling things coming at the Death Guard in hooting profusion. Hakur watched them take a second brother, and two more, even as he poured shot after shot into them. Then Garro hove into view at the opposite end of the corridor, Decius and a handful of reinforcements with him. Caught between two packs of Astartes, the advance of the creatures was staggered, and the battle captain waded into the mass of them. Libertas shone as it rose and fell. Decius had liberated a flamer and torched the things with jets of promethium. Hakur used the distraction to recover the adjutant and pull her out of the line of battle. She screamed and flailed at him, beating her hands on his chestplate. He could see now where her hands were bloody with self-inflicted scratch marks. "Eyes and blood!" she wailed. "But inside the pestilence!" Garro stamped the last of the creatures to death and scraped the remains from his boot with a grimace. "Silencer," he snapped. Decius's palm went to the breath grill of his helmet. "In Terra's name, that rancid smell!" Hakur handed off the woman to one of his men and made his report to the battle captain. Garro listened intently. "Words coming in from all over the ship. Same thing. Mutant freaks materializing and leaving decay in the wake." "It's a warp," said Decius grimly. "We all know the tales of predators that prey on ships lost or weak." He gestured at the walls. "If the Gellerfield fails, those things will overrun us." "I'll trust Master Kaya's crew to keep that from happening," Garro replied. "And in the meantime, we will destroy these unclean filth wherever we find them." "Unclean! Unclean!" chorused the adjutant, ripping herself from the grip of Hakur's trooper. "I have seen it! Inside the eyes!" She tore wildly at her face, ripping the skin and drawing blood. You see it too!" The woman threw herself at Garro with furious speed, and before he could deflect her, the adjutant impaled herself upon the hissing blade of his power sword. Garro jerked back, but it was too late. The adjutant, a navigator Tertius in service to the Senioris Sevenea, pressed into him and raked bloody fingers over his torso. "You see," she gasped. "Soon the end comes. All will wither." The end comes. Once more, the words of the Jorgali child fluttered through his thoughts like a dying raptor, falling and screaming. Garro's skin went hot with the flush of blood through his veins, his throat tightening in just the manner it had when he had taken the draft from the cups with Mortarion. He trembled, suddenly unable to speak, The woman's upturned face became paper, aged and crumbling. She slid away from him, off the tip of Libertas, turning into rags of meat and dead flesh, ash, and then nothing. My lord? Haker's words were slow and thick, as if they were echoing through liquid. Garro turned to face his trusted sergeant and recoiled. Creeping decomposition was washing over Haker and the other men, and none of them seemed to be aware of it. The resplendent marble white of their armor bled away to become discolored by a feeble, sickly green, the shade of new death. The ceramide warped and became drippled, merging with their flesh until it strained and throbbed. Parasites and bloated organs pulsed within, and in some places wounds opened like new mouths, red-lipped, with tongues of distended bowel and duct. Pus, thick and pasty, leaked from every joint and orifice with streaks of brown rust and black ooze. Flies floated in halos around the misshapen heads of the plagued Astartes. Garro's disgust rooted him to the spot. The malformed shapes of his warriors crowded in, words falling from their crackled, lisping maws. Upon their shoulders, Garro saw the skull and star of the Death Guard gone, replaced with 3 dark discs. His attention was drawn up and away. Beyond the men, he saw a ghostly form towering above them, too tall to fit in the cramped corridor yet there before him, beckoning with skeletal claws. Mortarion, he asked. The twisted image of his Primarch nodded, the figure's blackened hood dipping in sluggish acknowledgement. What Garro could see of his Primarch's armor was no longer shining with steel and brass, but discolored and corroded like old copper, wound with soiled bandages and scored with rust. The Death Lord was no more, and in his place stood a creature of pure corruption.
Come, Nathaniel.
The voice was a whisper of wind through dead trees, a breath from a sepulchre.
Soon, we will all know the embrace of the Lord of Decay.
The end comes. The words tolled in his mind like a bell, and Garro looked down at his hands. His gauntlets were powder. Flesh was sloughing off his fingers, bones emerging and turning into blackened twigs.
No!
He forced the denial from his throat.
This will not be!
"My lord?" Haker tapped him on the shoulder, concern on his face. "You all right?" Garro blinked and saw the dead woman lying on the deck, her body still intact. He cast around. The horrific vision was gone, burst like a bubble. Decius and the others eyed him with obvious concern. You seem to leave us for a moment there, Captain, said Hacker. He forced the turmoil of emotion from his mind.
This is not over,
Garro insisted.
Worse is to come.
Decius tapped his helmet. Sir, signal from Voyan. On the lower tiers, something's happening on the gunnery decks. In the warp, it was said. All things in the material realm were echoed. The emotions of men, their wishes, and their bloodlusts. The yearning for change, and the cycle of life from death. Logicians and thinkers throughout the Imperium meditated on the mercurial and unknowable nature of the immaterium, desperately trying to create cages of words for something that could only be experienced, not understood. Some dared to suggest that there might be life of a sort within the warp. Perhaps even intelligence after a fashion. There were even those, the ones who gathered in secret places and spoke in hushed awe, who were bold enough to venture the idea that these dark powers might possibly be superior to humanity. If these men could have known the truth, it would have broken them. In the gathering hell light that thundered around the tiny sliver of starship that was the Eisenstein, a vast and hateful intellect gave the ship the smallest portion of its attention. A gossamer touch was all that was needed, spilling the raw power of decay over the frigate's protective sphere. It reached inside through gaps in causality and found corpse flesh in abundance, pleasing in the ripe putrefaction of the diseased and dead. A diversion was presented here, the opportunity to play a little and experiment with things that might be done on larger scales at later times. Gently, as matters elsewhere drew it away, the power stroked at what it had found and granted a thin conduit to itself. The blast doors sealing in the toxic section of the gunnery deck had yet to be reopened. Issues of greater import had taken the attention of the frigate's crew as they fled from Istvan, and the clearing of the dead had become of secondary consideration. The Life-Eater virus was long gone. Powerful and deadly, the microbes were nevertheless short-lived, and Captain Garro's quick actions in purging the bay's atmosphere to the void had stopped the bane from running its full course. The virus could not live without air to carry it, and so it had perished. But the destruction it had wreaked in the meantime remained. Corpses, in varying states of decomposition, lay scattered about the decking. Men and Astartes lying where they had fallen as the germs tore through their defenses of their bodies. The vacuum of space had preserved them in their grotesque tableau of death, some frozen with mouths open in endless screams, others little more than a slurry of jellied bones and human effluent. It was in this state that the touch found them, riven with rotten flesh, life flensed from them. For something born within the ever-changing rebirth of the warp, it was easy to distort and remold them. With a careful placing of marks, the injection of new, more virulent clades than the human-born virus,
Death became fresh life, although not in a form pleasing to the eye of man. In the airless silence, fingers frozen to the decking by rimes of ice twitched and moved, shaking off cowls of frost. The essence of decay flowed, rust and age caking the mechanisms of the blast doors, making them brittle. Those who were favored walked once more, eschewing mortality for a transformed existence. The Eisenstein had two long promenade corridors that ran the length of the frigate's port and starboard flanks, punctuated every few meters by thin observation slits that cast blades of light down across the polished steel decking. It was in this place, on the port side, some 10 or so strides from the 97th hull frame, that Death Guard met Death Guard in open conflict. Garro saw the misshapen things from a distance, and thought that the strange, plague-bearing creatures they encountered at the Navis Sanctorum were before them once more. But he realized quickly that the size was wrong, that these diseased freaks were the match in height for the Astartes. When they hove into the light, what he saw sent him skidding to a halt, his free hand coming to his mouth in shock. "In the Emperor's name," choked Hacker. "What horror is this?" Garro's blood turned to ice in his veins. The awful vision that seemed to transmit itself from the dying adjutant was suddenly here before him, written in reality over the mutated, swollen parodies of Death Guard warriors. The same corpse pallor green of their battle armor, the same slack faces rippled with growths of broken tooth and horn, flesh stretched tight over bodies teeming with colonies of maggots. Voyan had joined Garro, and the others at the entrance to the corridor, and even the apothecary, hardened to sights of disease and malady, wretched at the sight of the twisted man-things. The vision had been a warning, Garro realized, a glimpse of what he encountered here, and perhaps of what a failure might engender. Around the legs of the abnormal Astartes were things that were once members of the Eisenstein's crew. Men caught halfway through the venomous ravages of the Life Eater and suspended there, flesh in tatters and organs awash with ichor. They bayed and scrambled forward to attack Garro's warriors. Decius led the firing as the Death Guard let fly with bolters and flamers. A ragged scarecrow of skin and bone flung itself to the deck and mewed, fly-blown pustules pocking a face eaten away by leprous cancers. It spoke, the stink of its breath reaching them in a reeking wash. "Master!" He saw the robes, the skull sigil around its neck. "Caleb." Garro recoiled in recognition, sickened by whatever appalling power had returned his housecarl into this loathsome semblance of life. Without hesitation, Garro turned Libertas in his hand and beheaded the creature. He fervently hoped that death a second time would be enough. Garro hoped fleetingly that his friend could forgive him. "Watch yourselves!" he shouted. "This is a feint!" The tattered crewman things were only to draw their fire from the mutant Astartes behind them. The grotesques hammered across the promenade deck towards them, snorting bilious discharges of gas and firing back with mucus-clogged guns. A shambling form advanced on metal-shod hooves among the undead brethren. It was as big as a brother in Terminator armor, and as Garro laid eyes upon it, the thing seemed to be growing larger by the moment. Metal bent and broke, as abnormal curves of discolored bone issued out of popping boils. A distended belly of scarred, pustulant flesh protruded in an atrocious pregnant mockery, studded with triad clusters of tumescent buboes, and atop all this, gurning from ravaged ceramite pieces that still resembled Astartes' armor, a striated neck ending in a bulbous skull. The bloodshot, rheumy eyes in the grotesque head turned and found Garro. It winked.
Do you not find my new aspect pleasing, Nathaniel? Do I offend your delicate senses?
Grulgor. Garro hissed the name like a curse. What have you become? The Grulgor creature lowed and twitched as a horn, glistening wet with fluids, emerged from the middle of his brow, echoing the shape of Typhon's horned helmet.
Better, you hide-bound fool. Better. The first captain was right. The powers are soon to bloom.
He shuddered again, and flesh peeled away across his back to release tarnished tubes of budding bone. Garro spat on the decking to clear the stink clogging his throat. The air around Grulgor and his diseased horde was thick with contagion. Worse than the acrid atmosphere of the Xenos bottle ship. Worse than the toxins of 100 death words. Whatever force saw fit to reanimate you, it'll be in vain. I'll kill you as many times as I must. The bloated monster beckoned with a crooked hand.
You are welcome to make the attempt, Terran.
The battle captain waded into the fight, bolter and sword as one in arcs of death, slicing through diseased meat and matter teeming with parasites, cutting towards the monster. In the play of battle, Garro's mind retreated to the familiar paths of war drills, of melee patterns ingrained in muscle and sinew from thousands of hours of combat. In this state, it should have been easy for him to shudder away the chilling horror these warp-spawned terrors represented. To simply fight and concentrate on that alone. The reverse was the reality, however. Garro had seen the virus savage these men. He had heard their dying screams from the other side of the blast doors only hours earlier, and they stood before him, transformed into some living embodiment of disease, and their freakish parody of life sustained by no manner that he could fathom. Was it sorcery? Could such a thing exist in the Emperor's secular cosmos? Garro's carefully constructed world of deeply held truths and hard-edged realities was crumbling with each passing hour, as if the universe had elected to pick itself apart, what he thought to be true, and show him the lie of it. With a near physical effort, The Death Guard forced the inner turmoil into silence, dragging his mind to the single struggle of the fighting. Fucking Grulgor. Close by, Voyan took a glancing blow from a bolt shell that spattered thick fluid across his shoulder pauldron. The apothecary reeled to dodge a peculiar morning star of knobbed bone. The weapon found purchase instead in the throat of a junior warrior who died clawing at the cancerous wound it left behind. Garro snarled, and his bolter echoed him, a burst of fire slamming the killer back and off his feet. The battle captain cursed as the mutant Astartes shivered, and then pulled itself slowly upward, leaking tainted blood and viscera. The bolter should have ended his life outright. He stormed in and took the traitor's head with his sword, finishing the job. Still, the shambling, filth-encrusted monstrosities came on, the press of their bodies dividing the lines of Garro's warriors, bunching around them as Grulgor moved to and fro, staying beyond close combat range. Perhaps he should not have been surprised to find these mutants hard to kill. Their advance mimicked the battle doctrine of the 14th Legion, the dogged and relentless progress that formed the core of the Death Guard's infantry dogma. They were matched closely. Of that, there was no doubt. But Garro's men were only Astartes, and as the Emperor was his witness, he had no true understanding of what his enemies were. Garro knew only that an abhorrence had taken root in him, and that these loathsome perversions of his brethren must be destroyed. Separated from the other Death Guard, Decius found himself besieged by a gaggle of walking dead from the ship's company, the animated corpse flesh of the frigate's crewmen pouring at him and beating on his armor with clubs made from femurs and skulls. The flamer was spent, and he was fighting hand-to-hand with the good weight of his chainsword as it rattled in his grip and the crackling force of his power fist. The armored gauntlet pummeled two co-joined deckhands into a seeping paste of rancid meat and bone fragments, and he took a torso apart with a downward sweep of his blade. The spinning ceramide teeth of the chainsword left a black rent in the mutant's body, and from the malodorous wound poured a waterfall of writhing maggots that pooled around Decius's boots. He turned around and cut necks with snapping reports like breaking wood. The maggot-blown deckhand staggered backwards, and as Decius looked on in fascinated horror, the man-thing coiled the lips of the bloodless cut back together. Flies and shiny scarab-like insects swarmed over the wound and chewed at it, knitting the flesh with livid sutures beneath the repellent, hellish warp light from the window slits. What powers propelled these foes, he wondered. Decius knew of no science that could make dead flesh animate once again, and yet here was evidence of such an occurrence, hissing and clawing at him. The resurrected men seemed to bask in the glow from the immaterium beyond the thick armor-glass windows of the promenade. It played out over their bloated, pallid flesh in chaotic patterns. On some deep level, the Death Guard marveled at the resilience and the horrific potency of these swarming plague carriers. They were living vessels for virulent disease, hosts for the simplest, but most deadly of weapons. Decius paid for his moment of inattention, with a typhoon of pain that ripped down the length of his power fist. Too late. He sensed the blow coming from behind him and tried to turn from it. Grulgor's towering bulk moved fast, too fast for something so corpulent and foul. The freakish warrior's battle knife carved a dull arc through the air. Like its owner, what had previously been a fine Astartes weapon was now a decayed version of its former self. The fractal-edged knife of bright lunar steel transformed into a blunted dagger of rusty metal. The attack was aimed at Decius's shoulder, poised to penetrate his armor and cut into his primary heart in two. But the Astartes moved. Decius succeeded in avoiding a killing impact, but still his reflexes were not enough to save him from a slash that cut his ceramite armor wide open. He fell down, turning and yelling as he did so. Pain erupted along his nerves as his power fist malfunctioned where the knife had torn into it. His eyes widened as he saw rust and corrosion worming out across the damaged metals in a time-lapse pit of decay made real. Decius felt agony chewing at his veins and marrow, and sweat burst out all over him as his implanted organs went into overdrive to stem the tide of secondary infections. Corruption. He could already see his skin distending and blistering where the plague knife had cut him. Decius's gut churned as the invisible phages that swarmed across Grulgor's blade massed inside him. He fought back bile as the twisted death guard loomed over him.
No man can outlive entropy. The mark of the Great Destroyer claims everything.
His joints swelled and became inflamed and painful. With monumental effort, Decius swung up his chainsword and hefted it. The corpulent mutant rocked back out of range if the young Astartes tried to slash at him with it. But instead, Decius brought it down hard across his arm just below the elbow joint. With a scream of hate, the young Astartes severed his own limb, letting the plague-ravaged flesh and crumbling metal of his gauntlet fall away. His vision fogged. The youth's body was at its limits fighting infection and injury, and it could not support his consciousness. Decius's eyes fluttered as his body went slack and dormant. Grulgor snorted and spat out a gobbet of acid phlegm before raising his plague knife again over Decius's unmoving body. Heavy bolt shells tore into his back and ripped away curls of dead flesh, knocking him off balance before he could deliver the killing blow. Garro's aim was exact, and it sent the Grulgor thing stumbling, back towards the hull wall and away from Decius. Nathaniel wanted to look to the boy, to be sure that he was still alive, but his old rival was only wounded, and from what Garro could see, these reanimated men healed as fast as he could hurt them. All around him, Voyen, Hacker, and the others were caught in their own small battles. He pushed questions of the why from his mind and concentrated on the how. How can I kill him? Grulgor spun around and let loose a gargling roar, emerald-tinted blood trailing from him in a wet arc. Garro's old foe snatched at him, the plague knife in his cancerous fingers slicing through the air and missing. Garro fired again, and heard the hollow clack as his bolter ran dry. Without missing a beat, he let the gun drop and took Libertas in a two-handed grip.
I knew this moment would come. I would not be denied it. My enmity for you is beyond death.
Garro grimaced in return. You have always been a braggart and a fool, Ignatius. On the field of battle, you served a purpose. But now, you are an abomination. You are everything the Astartes stands against. The antithesis of the Death Guard. Grulgor spat again and made a clumsy, furious pass that Garro parried with quick replies.
Nathaniel, so blind. I am the harbinger of the future, you pathetic wretch.
He pounded a crooked-fingered fist on the rusted armor over his breast.
The warp's touch is the way forward. If he were not so blinkered and mawkish, he would see it. The powers that exist out there dwarf the might of your Emperor.
Grulgor pointed his knife at the throbbing crimson light beyond the starship.
We will be deathless and eternal.
No, said Garro, and took the sword to him. Libertas swung low and cut into Grulgor's fleshy fish belly white gut and tore. Nathaniel's blade met diseased meat, and to his alarm, it sank inwards. Instead of cutting through pliant skin, the sword became enveloped in a doughy morass that drew on it like quicksand. Flickers of power from the blade sparked and died. Grulgor rumbled with amusement and puffed out his barrel chest, sucking the weapon into his body.
There is no victory here for you. Only contagion and lingering agony. I'll make this ship an offering of screaming meat.
Enough! Garro could not draw the sword out. Instead, he ran it through. With all his might, the battle captain rode the blade down and carved it out across the mutant's abdomen, forcing a full charge through the crystalline matrix steel. He opened Grulgor with an angry snarl, and Libertas at last came free. Fatty ropes of serpentine intestine writhed and fell from the cut in loops across the wet decking. The former Astartes wailed and struggled to catch them in his hands, stuffing them back into the maw of his belly. Garro rocked back, the putrid gas from inside the bloated body making his eyes stream and his throat clog. The Eisenstein's deck shivered beneath his feet, and for a split second the captain's attention was taken by a rolling flash of chain lightning that surged around the flanks of the frigate. He heard Hacker shouting, "The Gellerfield! It's failing!" Garro ignored Grulgor's hooting laughter as glimmering motes of firelight began to form in the heavy air over their heads. He thought of the homunculus plague bearers and the slashing razor disc predators from the Navis Sanctorum. If they came to bolster Grulgor and his changed army, the tide would turn against Garro's men. He could sense the engagement slipping away from him. The certain prediction of the battle's play hard in his thoughts, just as it had been on the Jorgal bottle world, and 100 times before. He had only moments before the fight was lost to him. Grulgor saw the expression on his face and laughed. The mutant Astartes spread his hands to the roiling, churning hell light outside as a willing supplicant, basking in the alien energies. Outside, the membrane of artificial force that separated the frigate from the madness was disintegrating. Already weakened by the incursion of the pestilent touch that made Grulgor live and the breaches of the warp beast. The Gellerfield unraveled in flares of exotic radiation, layer upon layer peeling back as if it were flesh flensed from bone. Garro shouted into his Vox, a desperate gambit coming to the fore of his thoughts. "Crews!" he cried. "Eat me! Get us out of the warp! Crash reversion now!" Over the clash of the skirmish and the buzzing interference, he heard raised voices in the background, the bridge crew reacting with shock at his demands. The Lunar Wolf was wary. "Garro! Say again!" "Drop out of the immaterium! These intruders! The warp must be sustaining them somehow! If we stay here, we'll lose the ship!" We can't revert! It was Vought, her words laced with panic. We have no idea where we are. We could emerge inside a star or... Do it! The order was a thunderous roar. Captain, aye! Cruz did not hesitate. Brace yourself. Grulgor pounded across the deck towards him, raising his blade.
You will not deny me my satisfaction. I will see you dead, Garro. I will outlive you.
The battle captain brought up his sword and batted Grulgor away. Begone, you stinking freak! Back to your hell and choke on it. Through the armored window slits, a flurry of brilliant blue-white discharges signaled the creation of a warp gate, and the frigate dropped through the screaming maw and back into the realm of real space. Grulgor and his freakish kindred bawled a chorus of agony and frenzy, and dissipated. Garro saw it with his own eyes, and still he could not explain it. He witnessed a roaring, shimmering phantom tear itself from the meat sack of a body, drawn up and away as if it were a leaf caught in a hurricane. And for an instant, he saw the shapes of both the mutant and the man that Ignatius Grulgor had once been before the screaming shade was torn away. It vanished through the hull of the ship with dozens of others, the captured energy of all the twisted Death Guard. Souls, he told himself, his mind unable to furnish any other explanation but this most numinous, unreal of notions. Their souls have been taken by the warp. Trailing fire and pieces of itself, shedding waves of radiation from the brutal emergency reversion and the collapse of the Gelef bubble, the tiny frigate returned to common existence in a dark and unpopulated quadrant of interstellar space. There were no stars to sight, no worlds within range, only dust and airless void. Directionless and adrift, the Eisenstein fell.
Fucking hell. That's the end of chapter 11. Fuck me. Jesus H. Christ. Holy shit. Oh my god. That was one of the best chapters. Like, out of any of the books so far, that. That was so sick. So sick. That was ridiculous. Right, I'm gonna go for a wee. I'm just gonna go for a wee. I'll be back in like, I'm gonna go for a wee and make a cup of tea. I'll be back in like 3 minutes, and then we need to talk about what's just happened, because that was fucking mental. That was mental. Right, I'll be back in 3 minutes, okay? And then we need to talk about that. See you in a minute. Hello, I am back. I have returned. Right. Cecil, what's happening to your internet? What's up with your internet, Cess? Oh, right, okay. We need to talk about what's just happened, because that is one of obviously I know the story, and I know that shit happens to them in the warp, but I've never actually read the book. So that's my first time actually reading that. And it's like, that was one of the best chapters so far. Like, easily. Like, the descriptions of the, how should I word this so I don't spoil anything? The descriptions of the entities that they were fighting against are so good. Like, and their abilities of what they can do, and how the warp was affecting the ship and the minds of the people on the ship and the physical flesh of the people on the ship. Like, and that's like, but that's like, for some of you guys, that's like your first experience of what the warp actually is. But Grulgor's alive, kind of. But did you notice what it said about Grulgor? So, when Garro ordered the ship to exit the warp, right? They exited the warp and re-entered real space. At that exact moment, all of these creatures, these entities, immediately, like, just fucking vanished, basically. So what do you think that means? And also, when Grulgor vanished, or the thing that is now Grulgor, Garro saw the same thing that Loken saw when Jubal was transformed by Samus. That weird, and it's the same thing that Horus saw when he fought that guy who stabbed him with a poo knife. That little weird outline of their original form, which Garro's saying now is their soul. Because he said the warp has taken their souls. But it's the same thing, the exact same thing that Loken saw with Jubal, and that Horus saw with Temba. The exact same thing. So tell me your thoughts. Tell me your thoughts. I want to know what you guys are thinking. Lay it on me. Lay it on me. Before we move into the final chapter for tonight, lay it on me. What do you guys think was going on there? We know what happened. But what do you think was going on there? What do you think those things were? What do you think was happening to the ship? Why do you think they dissipated, it says, doesn't it? Or vanished as soon as they exited the warp and came back into real space? What do you think was going on? Cecil, honestly, the whatever force saw fit to reanimate you, it will be in vain. I will kill you as many times as I must is one of the hardest lines I've ever read in a book. Garro, though. Garro is like such a fucking badass. Like such a fucking badass. To be fair, I think he's the most, like, badass character that we've had so far. You know, like, in terms... I mean, like, Loken's a fucking hero. Saul Tarvitz is a hero. Torgadon's a hero. But Garro's a badass. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, Garro doesn't give a fuck. Like... He is a fucking badass, yeah. He's a total badass. Like the other week, when it all kicked off in that munitions bay, as soon as it said Garro walks into the room, I was just like, oh, because you know that he's just like, he's not like Loken, where Loken will like, Loken can be a bit peaceable. Do you know what I mean? Because Loken will like sit back and watch and contemplate things. Do you know what I mean? He'll contemplate what's going on. Do you know what I mean? But Garro isn't like that. Garro sees something, he's immediately on it and will say it, and regardless of what the consequences are, he'll just say it. He's such a badass, like. Chaka, I bet Garro would be from Manchester. I gave him more of a like, not more like, kind of like a Yorkshire accent, but like more towards a bit further north than Manchester. I gave Grulgor a Manchester accent though. I gave Aximand a Manchester accent. Do you know whose accent I gave Aximand? I don't know whether, or some of you might remember it. There was a TV show called Road Wars, right? And it was about like bad, like traffic shit, like caught on CCTV and dash cams and shit like that. And there was I don't know who it was who was the narrator for the program, like the presenter of it. And but I was trying to do his voice because he was like, he'd just always talk like this. He'd go, and here's another example of a complete donut. He'd just say shit like that all the time. And then it'd be someone like trying to get away from the police down the A6 in Stockport. Oh, in Garro supremacy. Garro is the fucking man, though. Jesky's fella making Aximand sound like Psycho Paul from Ideal. Yeah, he does sound like Psycho Paul. I love Ideal. I've not watched it in years. I've not watched Ideal in fucking time. I might have to watch that though. I tried finding it. Because I thought, oh, it was on BBC Three, it'll be on BBC iPlayer. Nope. And I couldn't find it. I was well pissed off because I wanted to watch it like a few months ago. But yeah. What do you think those creatures are that they were fighting before we move on? What do you think those creatures are? Cecil is buggering to fuck. I don't even know what that means. Sounds amazing though. Hey nurse, how you doing? Nurse, you just missed like the most intense chapter of any of these books that we've read so far. It was fucking mental. Nurse, I'm at the Big E. What, the Emperor? The Emperor himself, beloved of all. Is that what you mean by the Big E? The Emperor of Mankind? The Master of Mankind? Oh, Eastern States Exposition. Ah, right, okay. When you said Big E, when you say Big E around me, I just assume that you mean the Emperor. Beloved above all. You know what I mean? Right, before we move on. Nurse, I hope you're having a good time at the exposition. Before we move on, what do you guys actually think those things are that they were fighting in the warp? What do you think they were? I want to know which way your mind's working at the moment before we move into this next chapter. Because I know what they are. I've got some on my shelf. I've got some on my shelf over here. I could literally pick one up right now and show you. But I feel like it would spoil it. So I'm not going to. Because as soon as I show you what they are, you'll know exactly what they are. Chaka, Slam King, what Warhammer personality character would be most like yours? That is a really good question. Cecil, you think the demons? They were clearly either reanimated versions of people, or at least taking their forms. I reckon they're demons. You think they're demons? Interesting. Very interesting. What Warhammer personality would be most like mine? I would probably say Torgadon. I think that's why I liked him so much. Likes a laugh. Loyal to his friends. Do you know what I mean? Loyal as fuck. Likes a laugh. Will stand on business. And doesn't suffer fucking dickheads. Torgadon. Yeah, it's probably Torgadon, I would say. I think that's why I liked him so much. I think I like Torgadon so much because I can relate to him, how he is. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, I would say Torgadon. Damn it, Torgadon. I miss Torgadon. Fuck you, Axamand. Cutting my head off. Owen, Cecil, I reckon they're demons. There's been whispers throughout the books about demons, all shot down because of the enforced secularity. But there's clearly more to it than they're letting people know. You are certainly paying attention to things, Owen. I'll give you that. Do you want me to show you what they were fighting? Or not? Do you want me to leave it? I think I should leave it until it becomes more clear. Because I could show you right now. If I can reach. I don't even know if I can reach. Oh, I can reach. No, don't spoil it. Okay. Alright, I won't spoil it. I won't spoil it. I'm not going to spoil it. Ah! No, I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. Jesky's fellas saying don't spoil it. Yeah, and Cecil saying leave it till it's more obvious. Okay, all right. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Pretty good paint job on this as well, even if I do say so myself. Pretty good. Nope, can't see it. Ah, he was just popping up there, weren't he? But no, you can't see it. One day. Thing is starting to hurt my eye, I'll be honest. Not hurt, just annoy me. Right. What before we move, one last thing before I move on. What do you think of him disappearing once they left the warp? What do you think that was about? I feel like I'm a school teacher, like I'm giving you homework. And now I'm going to check. Oh, we've closed that chapter. Now I'm going to check your understanding. No, I'm just curious. I just want to know what you guys are thinking. Yo, Tom Taster! How you doing? Big love, big love. T.O. Tom Taster on YouTube. Welcome. How you doing? No, you haven't missed it. You missed the first chapter of tonight's 2 chapters. And what a fucking chapter it was. But we've still got another chapter to go tonight. But goddamn, that was a chapter. Outrageous. Fucking outrageous. Right, should we crack on? Should we move on? Tio Tom Taster, don't you worry. You stick around here with us for this next chapter. And then if you want, you can check out the VOD after the stream's over. And you can watch the first chapter. Because it's my favourite chapter of any of the books that we've read so far. Easily. It's outrageous. Bloody outrageous. It was outrageous. Lovely stuff. Right, so we got one more chapter for tonight, and then we'll carry on next week. I don't even know how many chapters are in this book, actually. We're well over halfway, though.
Sunking. I think it's time to start
all right.
the book.
Fucking hell, Jesus Christ, Nigel. Fuck me. You're so impatient. You're so impatient. I'm trying to talk to people. You're just being rude. Right, go on. Go and sort out some of these books. Organise something. Do something, Nigel. Fucking hell. Instead of pecking my head all the time. Fuck me. Right, okay. Nigel's whinging. Let's crack on with the book. Right. Get a sip of me, sip of me brew. Chapter 12. The Void. A church of men. Lost. The
The fragrance of the sick and the wounded, said Voyan with grim annoyance. This ship reeks of it. Garro did not meet his gaze, instead ranging about the interior of the Eisenstein's infirmary. The frigate's valetudinarium was filled to bursting, temporary partitions made from sheets of metal segregating the areas of the long chamber to stem any chance of cross-infection. At the far end, hidden behind walls of thick, frosted glass and iron-sealed doors, was the isolation ward. Garro walked steadily towards it, picking his way around Medicae servitors and practitioners. The apothecary kept pace with him. The remains were doused in a liquid promethium and set to burn for the better part of a day, Voyan continued. Then servitors were used to eject them into space. The helots were then terminated by Hacker, just to be sure. Remains. This was the word they were using to describe the diseased flesh matter. That was all that was left of Grulgor and his men. It was easier to depersonalize it that way, to think of the puddles of ichor and bone as just effluent to be disposed of. To face the reality of what those corpses had once been, what they became. Nothing in the lives of Garro's men had prepared them for such sights. Voyan, in particular, had taken it poorly. As much as he was a warrior like Garro, he was an oath-sworn healer as well, and for him to witness the dead rise to life as crucibles of seething pestilence troubled the Astartes more deeply than he might ever care to admit. Garro saw it in his hooded eyes, and saw the mirror of his own feelings there as well. Now they were adrift, and their flight stalled for the moment with the navigator's death. The adrenaline of the battle and chase faded. In its place was the reckoning of what had transpired, the realization of its bleak import. If death was not the end, if what happened to Grulgor was real and not some kind of warp-spawned illusion, then could such a fate be waiting for all of them? That this might be some element of Horus's pact with betrayal chilled Garro's marrow. Voyan spoke again. Has Sendek had any success with the star maps? Garro shook his head, seeing no reason to keep the truth from him.
The woman, Vought. She's been toiling with him, but the results are not favourable. As closely as he can determine, the ship reverted to normal space somewhere beyond the edge of the Perseus Null. But even that is nothing more than an educated guess. No traders or scouts have ever ventured into the zone.
He took a deep breath. How long had they been becalmed out here? Days? Or was it weeks? Inside the vessel, all was a permanent smoky twilight that made it difficult to gauge the passing of time. Voyan hesitated as they passed a section of the wall where refrigerated pods hung in clusters around heavy steel sanctions. The autopsy on the Navigator 7A was completed and I viewed it. He indicated one of the frosted pods. Garro could make out the impression of a drawn grey face inside the capsule. It is as Master Karya suspected. The Navigator was injured in the engagement, but he died from the psychic shock of the emergency transition from the warp. The apparent bleed overtook the lives of his adjutants and helots, and in his already weakened state, it was inevitable.
I might as well have placed me bolter to his skull and pulled the trigger.
Garro frowned.
I should have known. With all the madness running riot through the ship, I should have known he wouldn't survive the journey.
When Voyan didn't respond straight away, Garro shot him a look.
What choice did I have?
He said flatly.
The Geller field was seconds away from collapse. We would have been torn apart in the warp or obliterated in a drive explosion.
You did as you thought, right? Voyan replied, unable to keep an element of reproach from his words.
Oh, first it was Decius questioning me, and now you. You would have made a different choice.
Oh, I am not a battle captain, said the Astartes healer. I can only observe the aftermath of the choice my commander made. Our ship lies aimless and astray in an uncharted space without means for rescue. The astropaths and navigators are dead, so we cannot cry for help or chance another venture into the warp. His eyes flared with restrained anger. We've escaped the sedition at Istvan, only to die here. Our message unheard and the War Master free to reach Terra before word of his perfidy. Despair stalks the corridors of this ship, sir. As real as any mutant killer.
Well, as always, I appreciate your candor, Merrick.
Garro allowed, resisting the urge to chastise him for daring to voice words that bordered on insubordination. They moved on.
Tell me about the other casualties.
Well, many of the officers and enlisted crew suffered injuries, and there were several deaths from the incursions.
And our battle brothers?
Voyan sighed. Every man who fell in combat with those things is dead, Lord. Every one except Decius, and even he barely clings to the edge of life. The apothecary nodded to the sealed section. The infections in his body strive to overwhelm him, and I have done all I can with the medicines and equipment at my disposal. I confess, I am at the limits of my knowledge with his malady.
What are the chances of survival? I want no obfuscation or hedging. Will he live?
I cannot answer that, Lord. He fights hard, but his strength will eventually wane, and this disease that has him is like none I have seen or heard of. It changes from moment to moment to mimic different phages, little by little wearing down his resistance. Voyan gave him a hard look. You should consider granting him release. Garro's eyes narrowed.
Events have forced me to end the lives of too many of my kindred already. Now you would ask me to slit the throat of one who lies too weak to defend himself?
It would be a mercy.
For whom?
Garro demanded.
For Decius? Or for you? I see the disgust you can barely hide, Voyan. You would rather all evidence of the foulness that attacked us be jettisoned, eh? Easier for you to ignore its consequence and whatever connection it might have to your blasted lodges.
The apothecary froze, shocked into silence by his commander's outburst. Garro saw his reaction and immediately regretted his words. He looked away to see the Lunar Wolf approaching.
I am sorry, Merrick. I spoke out of turn. My frustration overtook my reason.
Voyan hid his wounded expression. I have duties I must address, Lord. By your leave. He moved away as crews came closer. The old Astartes threw a glance after him.
We think we've seen it all. And yet there's always coming a day when the universe shows us the folly of that hubris.
Aye, managed Garro. Cruz nodded to himself.
Captain, I took the liberty of compiling an order of battle for your review. following the retreat from Istvan.
He handed over a data slate and Garro scanned the names.
Just over 40 line Astartes and half that number of men to the veteran ranking, including myself. 5 warriors severely injured in the escape, but capable of meeting battle, should it come to it. The count does not include you or the apothecary. Solon Decius is not listed. Well, he's in a coma, is he not? He's an invalid and cannot fight.
The captain tapped a balled fist on his augmetic leg with a defiant grimace.
Some dared to say that to me, and I made a lie of it. While Decius lives, he's still one of my men,
Garro retorted.
You'll add him to the roll unless I tell you otherwise. As you wish,
said Cruz. Garro weighed the slate in his hand.
70 men, Yachten. Out of thousands of Astartes at Istvan, we are all that still live beyond the reach of the War Master's treachery.
The words were still difficult for him to say aloud, and he saw that Cruz found it just as hard to hear them.
Well, there will be others,
insisted the Lunar Wolf.
Tarvitz, Loken, Varen. All of them are good, staunch warriors who won't see such rebellion without opposing it. I do not question that,
replied the Death Guard.
But when I think of them left behind, while we fled for the warp...
He broke off, his voice tightening. The memory of the virus bombing was still painful.
I wonder how many made it to shelter before the plague and the firestorm. If only we could have saved some of them. Rescued a few more of our brethren.
Garro thought of Saul Tarvitz and Ulis Tamita, and hoped that death had come quickly for his friends.
It's the duty of this vessel to be a messenger, not a lifeboat. For all that we can know, other ships may have slipped away or gone aground. The fleet is huge, and the War Master cannot have eyes everywhere. Perhaps, said Garro. But I cannot look upon my brothers hereabouts and not see those we left to face Horus.
He stood, his glove pressed to the thick armor glass of the containment chamber, and studied the papery face of Decius, where the youth lay amid a nest of life support devices, an autonathesia.
I feel like I've aged centuries in a day,
he admitted. Cruz snorted in a dry chuckle.
Is that all? Live as long as I have, and you'll come to understand that it's not the years that count. It's the distance you travel.
Garro broke away from the sight of his comrade.
And by that reckoning, I am older still. With all due respect, you're a stripling, Battle Captain Garro. You think so, Lunar Wolf?
Garro replied.
You forget the nature of the realm through which we pass. Our warrant that were we to match our days of birth to the Imperial calendar, I would be as old as you, brother. Perhaps even your senior. Impossible,
scoffed the other Astartes.
Is it? Time moves at different rates on Terra and Chthoniya. In the warp, it becomes malleable and unpredictable. And when I think of the years I've spent in passage through that internal domain, or in the little death of cold sleep on voyages below the speed of light, I may not match you in days, But in chronology, the story would be quite different.
He looked back at Decius.
I see this poor, untempered boy, and I wonder if he will ever live to see the glory and the scope of what I have known. Today, I feel more weary than I ever have before. All those days escaped and deaths postponed drag at me. Their weight threatens to pull me under.
The veil of long-suffering temper that was Cruz's usual mien dropped away for a moment, and the old soldier placed a hand on Garro's shoulder.
Brother, this is the weight we bear all our living days. The burden of Astartes the Emperor gave it to us. We must carry the future of mankind and the Imperium upon our backs. Keep it safe and held high for him. Today, that burden weighs more than it ever has. And we have seen that there are those among our number who cannot support it any longer. They chose.
He took a deep breath.
Horus chose to throw it aside and become an oathbreaker. So we must bear it without him. You must bear it, Nathaniel. The alarm we hold cannot sound unheard out here in the darkness. You must do whatever must be done in order to warn Terra. All other concerns, our lives and those of our brothers, come a distant second to that mission.
Aye, said Garro, after a few moments.
You only voice the words I heed inside myself. But it braces me to hear another say 'em. The half-heard is heard at last, eh? A pity it has taken such a turn of events to bring that to pass. I accept my lot in this,
the Death Guard noted, fingering the oath paper sealed to the breastplate of his power armor.
And yet, I do not understand it. Well, understanding is not required.
Cruz quoted the old axiom.
Only obedience. Not true,
reasoned Garro.
Obedience, blind obedience, would have made us follow Horus to his banner and go against the Emperor. What I wish to understand is why, Yachten. Why would he do this to his father of all men? Yeah, that question comes again and again.
A shadow passed over the Lunar Wolf's face.
Damn me, Nathaniel, damn me if I didn't see this coming, but had too much pride to accept it. The lodges. And more, said Cruz. In hindsight, I see trivial things that meant so little at the time. Turns of phrase and looks in the eyes of my kinsmen. Now, under the light of what has transpired, suddenly they show a different aspect.
He mused for a moment.
The death of Xavier Jubal on 6319. The burning of the Interrex. Davin. It was on Davin that things began to turn, where the momentum came to a head. Horus fell, and then he rose, healed by the arcane. I knew then, even if I dared not take the scope of it, men took the good and open nature of our brotherhood and turned it slowly to meet their own ends. Dark shadows grew over the hearts of warriors who had once been devoted and loyal. Astartes I had seen grow from whelps to fine, upstanding brothers. When I finally spoke of these things, They thought me an old fool with nothing to provide but war stories and a target for their mockery.
The Lunar Wolf looked away.
My crime, brother. My crime was that I let them. I took the easy road.
Garro shook his head.
If that were true, then you would not be here. If events of recent days have taught me anything, it's that there comes a moment for each of us when we are tested.
As he said it, once again, Euphrates Keeler came to the surface of his thoughts.
What happens in that moment is a true measure of us, Yachten. We cannot break, old man. If we do, then we will be damned.
Cruz chuckled softly.
Strange, is it not, that we choose that word? A term so loaded with overtones of religion and holy creed, polar opposites to the secular truth we're oath-bound to serve. Belief is not always a matter of religion,
said Garro.
Faith can be a thing of men as well as gods. You think so? Perhaps then you ought to venture below decks and visit the empty water store on the 49th tier. Share your viewpoint with those gathered there.
Garro's brow furrowed.
I do not follow you. Well, I have learned there's a church aboard your ship, Captain,
said Yachten.
And the congregation swells with each passing day.
Cinderman looked up as Mercedes tapped him on the shoulder. He put down the electro quill and slate. He saw she had a couple of men with her. 2 junior officers in the uniforms of the engineering division.
Oh, all right. All right, Cecil. Big love. Okay, Jeski's fella, big love. Cheers for hanging out. Appreciate ya.
The Remembrancer hesitated, and one of the men spoke.
We've come to see the saint.
Kirill threw a sideways glance along the lengths of the makeshift chapel. He saw Euphrates down there, talking and smiling.
Of course,
he began.
You may have to wait.
That's all right,
said the other.
we're off shift. Couldn't make the sermon before.
The iterator smiled slightly.
Well, it was hardly that. Just a few people of like mind talking.
He nodded to the dark-skinned woman.
Mercedes, why don't you take these young gentlemen up?
He patted his pockets.
I think I have a tract I could give you both.
Got one already,
said the man who'd spoken first. He showed Cinderman a frayed booklet with the kind of rough printing that came from an old and rusted machinery. It wasn't a pamphlet he had seen before, not one of those that had circulated on the Vengeful Spirit. It appeared that the Laetitio Divinatus had already made inroads aboard the Eisenstein long before his arrival. Ollerton led the men away, and Kirill watched her go. Like all of them, only now was Mercedes coming to understand the path that was laid out before her. Sinderman knew she was holding true to her calling as a Remembrancer, but the recollections that she stored in the memory spools of her augmented skull were not tales of the Great Crusade and of Horus's glory. Mercedes had gently moved into the role of documentarist for their nascent credo. It was Euphrates Keeler's stories that she wrote now, storing them and weaving them into a coherent whole. Kirill looked down at the data slate where he had been attempting to marshal his own thoughts and reflected. How could he ever have expected to become part of something like this? All around him, a church, a system of belief was accreting, gaining mass and potency beneath the shadow of the War Master's rebellion. How could any fate have judged that he, Kirill Sinderman, primary iterator of the Imperial truth, was suited for this new role? And yet here he found himself, shepherding the words of Keeler, moulding them for the ears of the people, even as Mercedes stood at his side, blink-clicking still images and recording Euphrates' every deed. Not for the first time, Sinderman traced the line of events that had brought him here and pondered how things might have played had he spoken differently, thought differently. He had no doubt that he would be dead by now, gunned down in the mass termination of the Remembrancers aboard Horus's battle barge. It was only the intervention of Loken's comrade crews that had saved their lives. The echo of the fear he felt at the sight of the bombing of Istvan III whispered through him again. Death had only been a moment away, and yet Euphrates had shown no apprehension. She had known that they would live, just as she had been able to guide them to the ship and their escape. Once he would have rejected ideas of the divine powers and of the so-called saints who communed with them. Euphrates Keeler took that skepticism away from him with her quiet authority, and made him question the secular light of unswerving reason he had lived his life in service to. They had all been changed after that day at the Whisperhead Mountains, when Jubal had transformed into something that still defied categorization in Sinderman's thoughts. A demon. In the end, Kirill was unable to find any other means to explain it away. His light of logic fled from him. His precious Imperial truth was found lacking. Then the horror had come again, this time to destroy them all. But he lived. They lived, thanks to Euphrates. With his own eyes, Sinderman saw her turn the might of a warp-spawned monstrosity with nothing more than a silver Aquila and her faith in the Emperor of mankind. His need for denial perished with the hateful creature that day, and the iterator saw truth. Real truth. Keeler was an instrument of the Emperor's will. There was no other explanation for it. In his greatness, no. In his divinity, the Emperor had granted the Imagists some splinter of his might. They had all been changed, yes, but Euphrates Keeler, the most of all. Gone was the defiant but directionless young woman whose Picts had caught the history around them. In her stead, there was a new creation, a woman both finding and forging the path for all of them. Kirill should have been afraid. He should have been terrified that they would perish fleeing from Horus's perfidy. A single look at Keeler made all that disappear. He watched her talk to the two engineers, smiling and nodding, and a warmth spread through him. This is faith, he realized, and it is such a heady sensation. It was no wonder that the believers he had encountered during the crusade resisted so hard, if this was what they felt. Now, in the Laetitio Divinatus, Kirill Sinderman found the same strength. His loyalty and love for the Imperium had never swayed. Now, if it were possible, he felt an even deeper devotion to the Lord of Man. He was ready to give himself to the Emperor, not just in heart and mind, but in body and soul. He was not alone in this. The cult of terror, as it was sometimes known, was strengthening. The pamphlet in the engineer's hands, the ease with which Mercedes was able to find this disused water reservoir in which to assemble their makeshift chapel. All these things showed that the Laetitio Divinatus existed on this vessel. And if it was here, on this small, unremarkable frigate, then perhaps it was elsewhere too. Not just concealed in the midst of Horus's fleet, but maybe further afield, on worlds and ships spread across the Imperium. This faith was on the cusp of becoming a self-actualized creation, and all it needed was an icon to rally behind. A living saint. Euphrates made the sign of the Aquila, and the two engineers followed suit. The hollow, nervous mood he had seen in their eyes upon their arrival was gone, and they walked away with purposeful strides, a new assurance in their spirits.
The Emperor protects,
said the younger of the two as he passed the iterator, nodding in thanks. Kirill returned the gesture. The girl gave them faith and calmed their fears as she had with dozens of others. The train of men and women finding their way to this rough-hewn chapel had been slow at first. But now they were coming more often, to listen to him speak, or merely to be in the presence of the young woman. Sinderman marvelled how word of Keeler had spread. Kirill! He turned to see Mercedes coming towards him in a rush, her perfect face turned in abject fear. Someone is coming! The hushed dread in her words brought back memories of the secret ministry on the Vengeful Spirit, and of the men who had come at the War Master's behest with bolters and clubs to destroy it. A lookout reported in, just one of them, a single Astartes. Sinderman stood up. He could hear heavy bootsteps ringing off the gantry deck outside the service hatch to the reservoir chamber. Coming closer. Did the lookout see a weapon? Was he armed? When are they not? Ollerton piped. Even without a sword or a gun, when are they not? His answer was lost as the hatch slammed open and the reverberation put every other sound to silence. A towering form in marble white armor bent to enter the compartment, and the iterator saw the glitter of polished brass on an eagle's head cuirass. Sinderman stepped forward and gave a shallow bow to the Death Guard, fighting down his trepidation. Captain Garro, welcome. You are the first Astartes to come here. Garro looked down at the slight man. He was thin and nervous, a cluster of sticks in an iterator's robes. But his gaze was steady, and his voice did not waver.
Sinderman,
noted Garro. He looked around at the inside of the reservoir. It was a large cylindrical space some 2 decks tall, with grid-decked gantries on different levels and a network of pipes and vent shafts protruding into the chamber. Tall sheets of metal extended out from the walls to act as baffles when the drum was full of water. But when the chamber stood empty as it did now, they gave the place the look of a chapel nave rendered in old, bare steel. Cargo pallets from the service decks had been arranged as makeshift seating, and there was an altar of sorts made from a fuel cell container.
Are you the architect of all this?
I'm only an iterator, replied the man. What are you doing in here? Garro demanded, a conflict of anger and frustration rising inside him. What do you hope to achieve? That would be my question for you, Nathaniel. The Imagist, the woman they were calling the Saint, walked forward into the light of a string of biolooms. Keeler, he said carefully. You and I will speak. She nodded and beckoned him. Of course. You won't hurt her! The other Remembrancer, the one Cruz identified as Mercedes Ollerton, snapped at him. Her words were half in threat, half in desperation, and Garro raised an eyebrow at her temerity. Keeler spoke again, a voice carrying to all the silent congregation in attendance. Nathaniel is here because he is no different from any one of us. We all seek a path, and perhaps I can help him to find his. And so, a saint and soldier found a place in shaded corner and sat across from one another at the fringes of the lamplight. There are questions, she began, pouring cups of water for Garro and herself. I'll answer them if I can. The captain grimaced and took the tiny tin goblet in his hands. This cult goes against the will of the Imperium. You should not have brought your beliefs here. I could no more leave this than you could leave behind your loyalty to your brothers, Nathaniel. Garro grunted and drained the cup with a grim sneer. And yet, I have done exactly that, some would say. I have fled the field of battle, and for what? Horus and my own Primarch will name me deserter for doing so. Men I have sworn to honor I have left to an uncertain fate. And even in my fleeing, I have executed that poorly. I asked you to save us. And you have. Keeler watched him kindly. And you will. You are the embodiment of your legion's name. You guard us against death. There is no failure in that. He wanted to dismiss her words as insincere and accuse her of speaking empty platitudes. But despite himself, Garro found he was grateful for her praise. He forced the thoughts away and pulled Caleb's papers from his belt pouch, the brass icon and its chain wrapped around them. What meaning do these things have, woman? The Emperor is a force against false deities, and yet your doctrine talks of him as a god. How can this be right? You answer your own question, Nathaniel, she replied. You said false deities, did you not? The truth, the real Imperial truth, is that the master of mankind is no sham divinity. He's the real thing. If we acknowledge that, he will protect us. Garro snorted, but Keeler kept speaking. In the past, a priest would ask you for your faith, based on nothing but words in a book. A tract. She gestured to the bundle of papers. Does the Emperor do that? Answer my question, Astartes. Have you not felt his spirit upon you? It took an effort of will for Garro to speak.
I have. Oh, so I think. I'm not certain.
Keela leaned back in her chair, and her beatific, metered manner dropped away. She became challenging and focused, eschewing the saintly serenity he expected from her. I don't believe you. I think you are certain, but that you are so set in your ways that to voice it frightens you.
I am an Astartes,
Garro growled.
I fear nothing.
Until today, she eyed him. You are afraid of this truth, because it is of such magnitude that you will forever be remade by it. Keela placed her hand on his gauntlet. What you do not realize is that you have already been changed. It's only your mind that lags behind your spirit. She studied him carefully. What do you believe in? He answered without hesitation.
My brothers, my legion, my emperor, my Imperium. But some of those are being taken from me.
Euphrates tapped him on the chest. Not from here. She hesitated. I know you Astartes have two hearts, but you understand my meaning.
What I have seen.
His voice grew soft.
It pulls at the roots of my reason. I am questioning all that I thought absolute. A Xenos like a child that saw into me. That mocked me with jibes about what was to come. Grulgor, dead, and yet returned to life by some gruesome infection. And you, glimpsed in my death sleep.
He shook his head.
I am adrift as this ship. You say I have certainty, but I do not sense it. All I see, a path to ruin, a maze of doubt.
The woman sighed. I know how you feel, Nathaniel. Do you think that I wanted this? She pulled at the robe she wore. I was an imagist, and a damned good one. I depicted history as it was made. My art was known to thousands on thousands of worlds. Do you think that I wanted to feel the hand of a god upon me? That I dreamed one day of becoming a prophet? What we are is as much where destiny takes us as it is what we do with the journey. Keela gave a slight smile. I envy you, Captain Garro. You have something that I do not.
What is that?
A duty. You know what it is that you must do. You can find that clarity of vision, a mission that you can grasp and strive to fulfill. But me, each day of my calling is new, a different challenge,
constantly striving to find the right path. All I can be sure of is that I have an aspiration, but I can't yet see its shape.
You are of purpose,
murmured the Astartes. We both are, agreed Keeler. We all are. Then she reached out and touched his cheek, and the sensation of her fingers against his rough, scarred face sent a tingle through Garro's nerves. Since you delivered this ship from the predations of the warp, some of the crew have been praying here for a miracle to save us. They asked me why I did not join them in their calls to the Emperor, and I told them there was no need. I told them he has already saved us. We only have to wait for his warrior to find the means.
Is that what I am? The Emperor's divine will made flesh.
She smiled again, and with it she brought forth again the flutter of powerful emotion that Garro had felt alone in the barracks. Dear Nathaniel, when have you ever been anything else?
Status,
ordered Cruz, catching Sendek's eye at the control console. The Death Guard nodded at the Lunar Wolf with more than a little weariness in his manner. Unchanged, he replied, casting about the bridge to see if any of the officers had anything else to add. Karya met his gaze and silently shook his head. Many of the shipmaster's crew, including the woman Vought, had been granted temporary suspension of their duties in light of the empty void where they found themselves, leaving the ever-wakeful Astartes to man the bridge while the men and women took some small respite. Machine call signals to continue to cycle on the short-range Vox, although a generous estimate they will not reach any human ears for at least a millennium. The old warrior's brows knitted.
Do you have anything constructive to add?
Sendek nodded.
Well, in the interest of posterity, I have commenced mapping this sector of space. Perhaps if this vessel is recovered at some future date, the data may be of use to those who find it.
Cruz made a spitting noise.
Are all you Death Guard this pessimistic? What are corpses yet?
Well, I prefer to think of myself as a realist. Sendek bristled. Both men turned as the bridge hatch irised open to admit Apothecary Voyan. Sendek was still finding it hard to forgive Voyan's association with the lodges, and he looked away. The Astartes was aware that Cruz saw the moment between the two battle brothers, remarking silently upon it with a quizzical look.
Where is the battle, Captain?
asked Voyan.
Below decks,
replied Cruz.
I have the con. You may address yourself to me, son.
As you wish, Third Captain. I have completed a survey of the ship's stores and consumable supplies. If we instigate rationing at subsistent levels, it is my projection that the Eisenstein crew have just over 5 1/3 months of available resources.
Karya came forward and ventured a suggestion. Could we not put some of the non-essential crew into suspension? Voyan nodded.
That is a possibility. But with the facilities aboard this ship, that would only lengthen the duration by another month. Perhaps 2. I've also examined the option of other emergency measures, such as a cull. But the outcomes are a little different.
The shipmaster grimaced. We're not picking any of my men for voluntary execution, if that's what you're thinking.
7 months at sublight in the middle of the void, said Sendek as the bridge hatch opened once more. And Horus out there all the while with terror unaware of it. Garro entered, his stride firm and purposeful.
Not on my watch. We have come too far to sit back and wait for death to claim us. We have to act.
He nodded to Kaya.
Shipmaster, signal the Enginarium crews to charge the warp motors to full power.
Captain, unless that saint is singing her hymns down below has grown a third eye and plans to guide us home, we cannot hope to travel any interstellar distance.
Voyan's manner became acid and terse.
We have no navigator, sir. If we enter the warp, we will be lost forever, and those things that attacked us last time will have an eternity to pick us apart.
I never said we were returning to the warp,
Garro replied coolly.
Kaya, how long until the drive blocks are at maximum potency?
The officer studied his console. A few moments, Lord. He hesitated. Sir, your apothecary is correct. I fail to see the reason for bringing the drives back online. Garro didn't answer the implied question.
I want sublight thrusters ready for a burn at full military power on my command. Call the ship to general quarters and prepare void shields for activation.
Voyan gestured around the bridge as the alert siren sounded.
Thrusters and shields now. Is this some sort of drill, Nathaniel? Some kind of make work to distract the crew, or did the prophet girl tell you that an attack's coming?
Watch your tone,
said Garro.
My lenience only extends so far.
Thrusters at your command, reported Kaya. Shields ready to be deployed.
Hold,
ordered the battle captain. From across the bridge, Cruz rubbed his chin.
Are we gonna learn the point of all this activity, lad? I confess, I'm as blind to it as a sawbone, sir.
Kaya looked up. Warp drives registering full energy capacity. Battery arrays are brimming, Lord. What do you want me to do with them?
Clear the drive block compartments and arm the release mechanisms on the warp motors. When I give the order, you will deactivate the engine governance controls and jettison the drive block. Then raise shields and fire the sublight thrusters.
Cruz chuckled coldly.
You're as bold as you are mad. Eject the warp engines?
Sendek gaped.
With all that energy in them, they'll detonate like a supernova.
Garro nodded solemnly.
A warp flare. The blast will echo in the immaterium as well as real space. It'll act as a beacon for any ships within 100 parsecs.
No!
Voyan's shout cut across the bridge.
For Terra's sake, no! This is a step too far, Captain. It's a death sentence.
Garro shot him a hard stare.
Open your eyes, Merrick. Everything we have done since we defied the War Master has been a death sentence. And yet we still survive. I will not give up now. Not after all this flight has cost us.
He reached out and put a hand on the apothecary's shoulder.
Trust me, brother. We will be delivered from this.
No, Voyan repeated. And in a swift blur of movement, the Death Guard veteran drew his bolt pistol, bringing it to bear between Garro's eyes.
I will not let you do this. You'll kill us all, and everything we've sacrificed will have been for nothing.
Dread filled his voice.
Tell Kaya to rescind those orders, or I will shoot you where you stand.
Sendek and Cruz went for their weapons, but Garro barked out a command.
Stay your hands. This is between Merrick and I, and we alone will decide it.
He met the apothecary's gaze.
Shipmaster Kaya,
said the battle captain.
You will execute my commands in 60 seconds. Mark.
Yes, sir. The officer stuttered. Like everyone on the bridge, he was fully aware of the danger of what Garro had set in motion. The veteran was right. It could mean the destruction of the ship if the Eisenstein's thrusters couldn't push the frigate far enough from the blast radius of the warp flare. Voyen thumbed back the hammer on the pistol.
Captain, please don't test me. I will follow any orders you give, but not this one. You've let that woman cloud your thoughts.
The dark maw of the gun never wavered before Garro's face. At so close a range, a single shell from the weapon would turn the Death Guard's unprotected head into a red mist.
Merrick, it does not matter if you kill me. It will still happen, and the ship will still be rescued, and our warning will still be carried to the Emperor. I won't see it, but I'll die content knowing that it will come to pass. I have faith, brother. What do you have? 30 seconds,
reported Cruz.
Release bolts are armed. The governance circuits are offline. The overload's building.
You've driven me to this,
cried Voyen.
Death and death and more death, brothers ranged against brothers. How can you be certain we will not be corrupted as Grulgor and his men were? We'll become like them. Abominations!
Garro held out his hand.
We will not. There is no doubt in my mind.
How can you know?
Shouted the Astartes, the pistol faltering. Garro carefully reached out and took the gun from him.
The Emperor protects,
he said simply.
0,
announced the Lunar Wolf. Hey, Nos, how you doing? There we go. That's it. That is the end of chapter 12. So, Garro has faith. Very interesting. Garro has faith. Well, that first chapter was outrageous. And now we've got them just floating through space for a chapter as well. And then Garro comes up with a plan that's so dangerous that Voyen threatens to kill him. Which is crazy. It's fucking crazy. Decius is fucked. They don't even know if he's gonna survive. Because he got stabbed by fucking Grulgor's fucking poo knife, didn't he? But then chopped his own arm off before whatever the corruption was that was like growing up his fucking arm from where he got stabbed. He chopped his arm off and then immediately passed out. So he's in the infirmary, fucked. They don't know whether he's going to survive. Voyens lost it with Garro. But Garro, as usual, total badass. The guy's point blank got a fucking bolter right at his head. And Garro's just like, yeah, whatever, basically. He's just like, yeah, you can kill me. But this is gonna work. And the Emperor will get our message. So, makes no difference to me. Snow, what else will you expect from a lodge member? I know. Do you know what, though? I don't think Voyen's a bad guy. I don't think he's a bad guy. I don't think he's a traitor. I just don't think he is. Because he doesn't seem like a traitor. He seems like he cares. Do you know what I mean? He seems like he gives a shit. All sect. God damn, that was a good read, man. Fucking hell. Oh, thanks. I'm glad you enjoyed it. These were two really good chapters. That first chapter was amazing. Snow, I don't either. I think he's just scared. Yeah, so do I. Not scared, because he's a space marine and they don't feel fear. They can't feel fear. But I know what you mean. I don't think he's scared to die. I think he, like Garro, wants to get that message to the Emperor. But I think he's thinking that if we do this and risk this and it goes wrong, then we're fucked and then no one will be able to warn the Emperor. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? Snow, the character work in this chapter was so amazing. Yeah, it really was. There was a lot in that. A lot. Like a hell of a lot of conversation. I really like the conversation between Garro and Euphrates. Because it's like, he goes in there still with his mind like, no, it's the Emperor's secular vision for the, the Imperial truth and all that shit. And then Euphrates isn't like selling him a religion or anything. She's not convincing him to believe in the Emperor. He already believes in the Emperor. He just isn't accepting it. Do you know what I mean? So he's already there. He already has faith in the Emperor. But he's just not accepting that he has faith. Do you know what I mean? Until he speaks to Euphrates. And then he's like, he realizes that he already does believe. That's what I got from that conversation anyway. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, I thought it was really good. Really good character work. Really, really good character work. Interesting. Voyen's interesting. The conversation between Cruz and Garro was good as well. I liked that as well. Snow, yeah, I'd say he believed since he got his leg blown off and was in a coma. Since he brought up hearing her voice then. Yeah. Yeah, it was definitely from that point where it... Or at least that's when it started. But yeah, mad. Space Marine with faith. Crazy. A Space Marine with faith. So how are you all enjoying the book so far? We're well over halfway now. Jacka, when you read, I get so many inner pictures. That's how intriguing it is. I wish I could draw characters so I could draw what I imagine without knowing how they actually look. Just draw them anyway. Just draw them anyway. Why not? Because then at least you'll have a visual representation of what you think they look like. And I'd be well interested to know what you think these characters look like. Do you know what I mean? In your mind, from what I'm reading to you. That'd be sick. Snow, rest in peace, Caleb, with the big E now. Yeah, that's pretty grim, that, when Caleb came back. Like, reanimated. That's grim. But Garro, total badass, just put him down, just took his head off, like, didn't even hesitate. Like, Snow, my feelings on this book is I can't wait another week for more. Yeah, it's really good. Really, really good. It's definitely one of my favorite books so far. Definitely. My favorites are yet to happen, though. Nossa, how's Loken doing this week? Dead and buried under piles and piles of radioactive rubble still. Actually, we don't know what... Right, so here's the interesting thing. They touched on it in the conversation between Garro and Cruz. We don't know what time they came out of the warp at. This is going to get really confusing. They kind of touched on it in conversations in those chapters. So basically, time isn't really a thing in the warp. So you can enter the warp and be in there for like 5 minutes and come out and hundreds of years might have passed. Or you could go into the warp for like hundreds of years and then come out of the warp and come out before you even went in. So from what we saw, they were not in the warp for long. To us. Because we're on the ship with them. But we have no idea when it is that they've exited the warp. We have no idea. Because it seemed to us like they were in the warp for a couple of hours or whatever. Maybe not even that. But we don't know how long it's actually been in real space. Or how long it's not been. Because they could have come out earlier than they went in. Or they could have come out hundreds of years later. Do you know what I mean? They could come out and the fucking the war's over. Do you know what I mean? So that's something we don't know. We don't know when it is now, because we've been through the warp. So it could be any fucking time. They kind of touched on it in conversation about how time passes in the warp, and that it just doesn't really. It's not. There's no like rule to it, because the warp just kind of exists parallel to real space. Hey, Lamb, how you doing? You alright? Big love. Yeah, I literally, as we were just talking, then I was just like, we don't even know when they've come out of that warp. Like, I was like, I just had the realization. I was like, fuck knows when it is. They haven't even addressed that yet. But it didn't seem like they were in the warp for long. Because I feel like we saw... It didn't mention how long they'd been in the warp, did it? I feel like we saw the entire thing. They went into the warp. The ship immediately started to get attacked by whatever force was going on, and then all of these creatures reanimated and shit, and then started attacking. And then during that battle, that was when Garro gave the order to exit the fucking warp, get out of the warp, and so... Snow. They came out a month before the betrayal, warned the Emperor, and the war got solved. No need for the other 60 books. Imagine that. Imagine that, though. Lamb, yeah, I'm good. Just got out of a call saying there's been a cancellation so I can get my operation this coming Monday. Been waiting 4 years, so it's a good day. Dude, that's awesome. That's fucking awesome, man. Sick. Fucking great. Oh, nice one, Lamb. Congratulations. Fucking hell. Been waiting 4 years. And now it's what? Four days away or something? That's fucking awesome, dude. So you say awesome, but it's a neutering up. Okay, then. Well. See, now. Well, I mean. that kind of took the fucking. That kind of took the wind out of my sails there. If you've been waiting 4 years for it, though, dude. Do you know what I mean? You've been waiting 4 years for it, and now you've got a surprise neutering operation on Monday. You know what I mean? Oh, you get to keep them afterwards. You know, like when you go to the dentist and you get your teeth taken out and you can come home with them. That's what I'd do. Be like, can I keep them? Bring them home in a jar and put them on the mantle. It's a conversation starter, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? Or you could do... Lamb has its ups and downs and never thought about it until after saying it. Dude, it is what it is, isn't it? It's like, if it's something that needs doing, and you've been waiting 4 years for it, get it done, lad. Get it done, dude. Get it done, and I hope you have a fucking speedy-ass recovery. Do you know what I'm saying? A speedy old recovery. Oh my god. This thing's fucking well irritating me today. My bionic eye. My ocular augmentations are irritating the fuck out of me today. Fuck me. Jesus Christ. They're not supposed to hurt. The flesh is weak. Lamb, you took all the next week off to sit there and remember how life used to be. For fuck's sake. Jesus Christ. Just get him gone, man. Get it gone. I've been thinking about getting the old snip. I've been thinking about that. It's just fair, innit? Do you know what I mean? Snow, the flesh is weak, but the machine spirit hurts. Yeah, it fucking does. It's proper hurting my face today. Like digging into my eye and my nose. Christ. Oh, well, Lamb, just chill next week, innit? Do you know what I mean? Just chill. Lamb, well, if you ask now, you'll have 4 years to back out. Fucking 4 years. It's fucking crazy, that. It's crazy. Yeah, Chaka, that's why, innit? Do you know what I mean? And I've got 2 kids. And I'm like 38. I think. I'm pretty sure I'm 38. So it's like, I'm not gonna have any more kids now. Do you know what I mean? So. But then by the fucking sounds of it, by the time you get it done, I'll be fucking 42. Will there be any point at that point? I imagine it just starts becoming dust at some point. Do you know what I mean? When you get to a certain age, do you not just start shooting cobwebs out the end of it or something? Do you know what I mean? Shooting dust by then. That's what I'm saying. Like powdered milk. That might be the grossest thing I've said all week so far. Nosser. In and out, same day procedure. Plus you got to have the swimmers tested to make sure they can't escape. What? Escape? Yo, Helen Back has followed. Welcome. Welcome to the channel. How are you doing today? Lamb, fucking hell, powdered milk. I'm gonna use that. Slam King, fucking hell, you can make kids until you're 80. Oh shit, yeah, fucking, didn't Robert De Niro have a kid when he was about 3,000 years old? Didn't that happen? Nosset, what do you mean you've got to have the swimmers tested to make sure they can't escape? How are they gonna escape? Hey, Fake Bark, how you doing? How did he escape? Are the tubes not separated? How did they escape? I've got so many questions. Can you still like... Lamb the op can reverse on rare occasions. What? And make sure the tubes don't heal back together. Oh, like fucking Deadpool. Deadpool's balls. But, like, you know, like... Nosset, they do testing after the procedure to make sure it sticks. Who does the testing? Because I don't want to be like... Don't want to be going in, like, seeing fucking... the doctor, and then he's like... Alright, Mr. Evans, I'm just going to jack you off for a little bit, like, just make sure... Do you know what I mean? A nurse, usually. Okay. Oh, right. You just put it in a cup. Oh, fair enough. Lady Dragon, LD, how you doing? You alright? We're currently discussing vasectomies. Helen back. The intro begins with V staring at her reflection in the mirror. The song Friday Night Firefight by the Rubicons plays in the background. V looks down at her vest and removes a patch that reads Backers and throws it next to the sink. A voice behind her says, "Electric coupling module." V responds, "You said there was nothing wrong when I came in. You said it was fine." V walks up to the mechanic, pushes him out of the way. Helen Back, are you narrating the beginning of Cyberpunk 2077 to us? That's what that seems. Cyberpunk fan, eh? Lady Dragon. Oh, well, I already know now. Martin's. Oh, right. Oh, shit. The goddamn fucking vasectomy club up in here. You know what I mean? Metal Gear Solid. Oh, it's Metal Gear Solid. Ah, I thought it was Cyberpunk 2077. Because you do also have 2077 in your name as well. So I was putting 2 and 2 together. I thought I was on it. I thought it was clever.
But I was not clever. I could not be clever enough.
Martin, 19 years ago. How long did you have to wait for yours, though, Martin? Did you have to wait 4 years, like Lamb? Lamb, it's a ball ache to join that club. Very good. Very good. Well played. Well played. The Snip team. Every day there's a new member of the vasectomy club. Mine, can't remember, but it definitely wasn't 4 years. That is wild. 4 years. Lamb, is that on the NHS though? Because if it is, I can absolutely believe that it's 4 years. I can absolutely believe. Yeah. Right. Okay. So Yeah, it's on the NHS, so that's 100% expected. It takes 4 years to get a fucking answer when you ring up your fucking GP. Do you know what I mean? Say no more. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Fucking useless. Absolutely fucking useless. Do you remember when it was good, though? Do you remember, like, in the 90s when it was good? Because I remember. I remember when it was good. Fucking hell. Jesus Christ. 4 years. Back in the day. I remember the 90s. When stuff was good. Fucking hell. Lamb, phone up anytime and get seen 2 hours later. That was exactly it. That was exactly what would happen in the 90s. You would phone up and they'd be like, yep, come in at this time. Do Remembrances have hair? Some do. Some do, don't they? Because Keela's, Euphrates Keela's a Remembrancer. She has hair. Carcasi, Ignis Carcasi. He had hair. Do Remembrances have hair? Care to elaborate? Yeah, they do. They do have hair, don't they? Some do. Maybe give us an example. I've just given you some examples. Euphrates Keela's got hair. Ignis Carcasi has hair. I'm pretty certain that Mercedes Ollerton has hair. Don't know about Cinderman, though. But he's not really a Remembrancer, is he? He's an iterator. Chaka. More like, does Jason Evans have hair? You know I have hair. You saw it. You saw it yesterday. You saw my hair. You made me take the hat off. You saw my hair. You literally seen my hair loads of times. Like every Tuesday at least. Do you know what I mean? Snow, I'm actually pretty sure Ollerton doesn't have hair. Does she not? I know that one that the one from Car Penis. The one from House Car Penis. I know she doesn't have hair. I remember her saying that she was bald. I can't remember if... You're probably right, though. Nosset really laying flat today. Ooh. It's quite flat, that, isn't it? Nosset, car penis. We must all be wary of his car penis. Car penis. Is it a car's penis though? Or is it a penis that's in the shape and the form of a little car? They're the real questions that you should be asking yourself. Do you know what I mean? You want to be asking questions about Remembrancer's hairs and stuff, but what you should really be asking is, what is a car penis? Is it a car's penis? Or is it a penis on a human body, but it's in the shape of like a little Mustang? Do you know what I mean? Nosset, penis car for sure. So it's a little Mustang just above your Tezzers. Is that what you're saying? No, it's a penis driving a car. It could be that. Or is it a penis-shaped car that you can drive around in? The old car penis. And instead of wheels, it's got 4 testicles that just bobble around like that. It's quite a bumpy ride. And it's difficult as well because the wheels on the left side are lower than the wheels on the right side. So the wheels never bang into each other. Do you know what I mean? Nosser, no, that's usually what drives a Mustang. Fake back, I want to draw the penis car now. Snow, maybe it's a guy with a Mustang penis driving a penis-shaped car. Fucking hell. Jesus Christ. You gotta make sure that the spoiler on the penis car is like made out of pubes. Do you know what I mean? So it's like when it's driving fast, its pubes are like fluttering in the wind. Lady Dragon, how did we get here? Through lamb's balls, basically. That's how it all started. It all started with lamb's balls. Snow. Lady Dragon, don't say in a penis car. The Queechling's preferred mode of transport. Snow, I feel like every time we all go down a random rabbit hole, our collective IQ drops below room temperature. What are you talking about? That's definitely not how it works. That's definitely, if anything, we're raising the community IQ. Do you know what I mean? By questioning these things. How do you think philosophers went about back in the day? When they're all like, everyone else is like, oh, I just want to eat bread and drink wine and rub oil on my arse cheeks in the fucking bathhouse. Do you know what I mean? In, like, or whatever they did in ancient Greece. All that shit. That's what they did. And then you had people like fucking Pythagoras or whatever, and he's going around asking people the important questions about penis-shaped cars. We're the dreamers of this world, Snow. The ponderers. The visionaries. We ask the questions that other people don't think about as they just mill about in their daily lives. Thinking about bread and wine and bathhouses and oiled butt cheeks. While we're out here asking the bigger questions in life. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, stream chats get unhinged quickly as a queechy thing. Fake back, make penis model E. Chaka, it's an important question. I've been thinking about car penises. I heard it. Exactly. Exactly. This is what you come here for. You don't come here to be entertained. You don't come here to hang out with friends. You come here to learn. You come here for the depths of forbidden knowledge. That's what this is all about. This is the thinking man's stream. Snow, that was a beautiful speech. It's an intellectual man's stream though, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? Because we're out here. I've told you. We're out here. We are transcending common knowledge. IQs are being raised up. Up, up, up. Oh, guess what as well? Something wicked this way comes. Soon. But that's all you can see. It was a little treat. Just thought I'd show you that. Just for like 2 seconds. Lamb, fucking hell, I didn't know where he was going with that for a second. Snow, that must have been how Socrates got his start, by asking, how do we oil our butt cheeks in bathhouses? Yeah. That's exactly what they were doing though, weren't they? All that olive oil. Why did they, like, here's the thing though, right? Think about it. Whenever you see, like, you know, like TV shows about like ancient Rome and ancient Greece and shit like that, there's always bathhouses, and they always have jugs of olive oil. What else are you doing with olive oil in the bathhouse? Oiling up butt cheeks. Do you know what I mean? That's all that you can do with it. They're not making a fucking feta salad in there, are they? It's for the skin. It's for the old skin. Think about it. This is what I'm saying. You've got to think about these things. And then all they eat is bread and wine all the time. I remember I went on a school trip to Chester, which is like a town in England in the northwest. And it still has loads and loads. It was like a major Roman town, like fucking thousands of years ago, or however long ago the Romans was. Yeah, it was thousands of years ago, wasn't it? But yeah, when the Romans came over and conquered England, like however many thousands of years ago it was, Chester was one of their major towns. And there's still loads of Roman stuff there that you can go and see from like thousands of years ago and shit. And basically, when I went there, I always remember, because when we went there for a school trip, they were like, oh, this is how the Romans made bread. And then we were allowed to make like our own Roman bread. And it was like the shittest bread ever. Shittest bread ever. Didn't even taste like proper bread. But that's like what all the Roman soldiers ate, was just fucking shit bread. Lady Dragon, oil me up, I'm going in. Lamb could be using it to dip bread for flavour. Fake bag, wouldn't that cause a fuckload of pimples? I don't know. No wonder they put lead in their wine. How'd you put lead in wine, though? Snow, no wonder they were such dickheads if they only ate shit bread and oil. To be fair, though, I don't know whether they were dickheads. They were just successful, weren't they? Back at the time. Do you know what I mean? They were just more advanced than pretty much everybody else that they came into contact with. Because we were all still living in fucking houses made out of cow shit. Do you know what I mean? So when they came over here, and they're all like
Oh, by the way, we make roads.
Yeah, they just battered us. I'll tell you who they couldn't beat, though. The Scottish. They couldn't beat the Scottish. So they built a wall to keep them in Scotland and keep them out. They were just like, yeah, fuck them. They're too mental. Let's just build this fucking wall right from the east to the west coast of England. And we'll just do it right across the border of Scotland. And we'll just fucking keep them in there. Don't worry about them. That's literally what happened. They built Hadrian's Wall. And there's still bits of Hadrian's Wall. Even now, there's still bits of it left. They just built a fucking wall right across the Scottish border. Lamb, goddamn right. Yeah. I think they had like a few battles or a few skirmishes with the Scots and were like, nope. Fuck that. I think the terrain was a bit too much for the Romans as well. Because obviously they build straight roads, wouldn't they? And you can't really do that through the Scottish Highlands. Because it's just all fucking hills and mountains and shit. Lamb, even the Vikings avoided us. Yeah, I think the Vikings got as far as Northumberland. Is it Bamborough? I think they got as far as. I don't think they went any further north than that. Snow, the two sides of my family separated by a wall 1,000 years ago. What, are you like Italian and Scottish? Is that like your family's like heritage? Fake back. So the Scots are like spiders? No. The Scots are like Oh, you've seen Braveheart, haven't you? Well, just ignore Mel Gibson in that. And look at all the other Scots in there, how they're just fucking mental. That's what, well, I mean, and that was like hundreds and hundreds of years later. So you can imagine what they were like hundreds and hundreds of years before that. Just proper Celts, like. Lamb, see the fire giant in Elden Ring? That's us. Fake back, I have never seen Braveheart. No way. No way have you seen Braveheart. Have you not seen Braveheart? That's mad. It's a good film. It's a good film. I know Mel Gibson's accent's like whatever, but there has been worse. There's been worse accents than that in movies. Like the one that I'll never understand is Charlie Hunnam in Green Street. How can you be English and have such a weird, terrible English accent? It genuinely defies belief. Like I genuinely like don't understand it. It's so weird. Bait back, I mean, like, if you leave them alone, they leave you alone. Ah, right, yeah. Lamb, he was loving the slang in that film, was Charlie. I just don't understand it, though. I don't understand how his accent's so bad in that film. It's so weird. He sounds like, you know, like when Americans try to do English accents. And they always do that weird, they always do that same one. That's like proper weird and over the top, and no real human sounds like that. That's what it sounds like.
All right, mate. All right. Like, it's fucking well weird. But he's English. So I don't understand why his English accent's so bad. Because I watched the Robin Hood film. Not Robin Hood. The King Arthur film. The Guy Ritchie one. Where Charlie Hunnam's King Arthur. And he does like a London accent in that. And it sounds like a London accent. But in Green Street, it's like the weirdest fucking thing I've ever heard in my life. It's so strange. Fate Bark, are you guys as offended by the accents in Bram Stoker's Dracula as we are over here? I love that film. Like, I genuinely love that film. But Keanu Reeves and Winona Ryder in it are fucking god-awful. They are really bad in it. Really, really bad in it. And it's not just the accents. It's just both of them. They're just so bad in it. Like, and they're not bad actors. Like, but they're terrible in that. Both of them are terrible. Chakary should just stick to playing Jax. He's good. Charlie Hunnam's good. The only thing I've ever seen him be shit in is Green Street. That's the only thing I've ever seen him be shit in. He was great in King Arthur. He was great in The Gentleman. He's fucking great in that. He uses his in The Gentleman, he uses his real accent in that. And that's weird. It's weird hearing him talk like in his actual accent. Because he's a Geordie, isn't he? He's from Newcastle. Oh, he's from round that way anyway. But yeah, he's a fucking Geordie, isn't he? And he uses Geordie, he does his Geordie accent in The Gentleman. And it's proper, like, it's just weird hearing him talk like that. Lady Dragon, Gerard Butler doing an American accent is just awful. Yeah, it's not amazing. King Snow. I didn't even realise Charlie Hunnam was English until right now. Really? Really? Yeah, he's from I'm pretty sure he's either from Newcastle or Sunderland, isn't he? He's got a new movie coming out, hasn't he, at the moment? Ed Gein. He plays Ed Gein. Which is, like, a weird casting. I mean, I'm going to watch it, but it's a weird casting, that. Fucking bizarre casting. Yeah, Lady Dragon. He's defo a Geordie. I just don't know whether he's from Newcastle or from, like, Sunderland or something. Lamb, yeah, that's next week. Yeah, I think so. I don't know exactly when it comes out, but I know it comes out soon. It's on Netflix, isn't it? It should be decent. It's a weird casting, though, that. Casting fucking Charlie Hunnam as Ed Gein, though. Are they trying to do that? It's by the people who made. It's by the people who fucking made the Jeffrey Dahmer one, though, innit? So they'll be doing the same thing that they tried to do with that, where they fucking cast like a good-looking actor who loads of people like fancy or whatever as an absolutely horrendous murderer in like some weird attempt to like sex it up, because that's what they did with the Jeffrey Dahmer one, didn't they? They cast what's he called, Evan Peters, is it? And now they've so they did Evan Peters as Jeffrey Dahmer, and now they're doing Charlie Hunnam
as Ed Gain. What's going to be next? Are they doing Henry Cavill as John Wayne Gacy? Is that what it's going to be? Chris Hemsworth as Ed Kemper. Fucking hell. Snow. Ed Gain looked weird. I wouldn't have cast him as Gain. Yeah, I know. This is what I'm saying, though. It's a weird casting, that. Fake bag. Gotta make him sexy, right? Hey, I'd watch Henry as Gacy. I'd watch Henry Cavill as anything, dude. Do you know what I mean? I just want him to do his fucking... I just want him to fucking get one of these Warhammer fucking TV shows up and running. Because I'm like holding out such... I'm holding out such like hope that it's going to be good. Necrob, how you doing, mate? Moderator Supreme in the house. Yeah, I'm hoping... I'm holding out so much hope that the Warhammer TV show is going to be good. But I just feel like I'm going to be disappointed. Do you know what I mean? Having extreme PC problems. What, police constable? Political correctness? Or are you saying that you're a total extreme pussy crusher? Is that what you're saying? Is that what PC means? As in borderline bricked PC. Oh, shit. Really? How the fuck's that happened? Or do you not know? Shit. Fuck. Dude, that sucks, man. Shit, you know. Fuck knows, been spending the past 2 days trying to fix it. Fuck. So what happened then? Like, what happened? Like, did it go while you were on it, or was it trying to turn it on and then it's just not come on, or? Chaka Necrob, you missed out the chat about a vasectomy. Don't forget about the riveting debate or exact anatomy of a car penis. Oh god, fucking hell. Snow, I'm worried no matter how good it is, it won't live up to my hopes for it. I'm hoping I'm wrong though. Yeah, that's how I'm feeling though, but I feel like I've just been like so disappointed with like nearly any TV show or movie that I've really been looking forward to, and then I've started watching it and then I've just been generally disappointed. Like Alien Earth is a prime example. Like a prime example. Because I love aliens so much. It's like, I was so looking forward to Alien Earth. Even though, like, the premise of it, in my mind, makes no fucking sense anyway. Do you know what I mean? Oh, it's an alien TV show, and it's set before the first one on Earth. And it's like, but that's dumb already. And even though it was dumb already, and having it set before the first one but on Earth with aliens, even that's just dumb in itself. I was still like, oh, I'll still watch it though. Like, do you know what I mean? I'll hold my hopes up for it. And then started watching it. And the first episode, I was like, all right. And then as each week has gone by, it's got dumber and dumber and dumber and dumber, to the point where now I'm just like, I'm still watching it because I've only got one episode left to watch. Like, I've not watched this week's yet because I usually watch it with Jane on the weekend because we watch it together. But I'm just like, this is fucking dumb. All the characters in it are stupid. Nothing makes any sense. And there's something in it that happened that I knew was going to happen. Like, from the moment, like, basically one of the main characters, who's this child that had a terminal illness. So they transferred her consciousness into an adult synthetic body. So she's a child inside an adult robot body, which straight away is stupid as fuck anyway. She finds out that she can communicate with the aliens by, like, going beep, 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 beep. Like that, right? And as soon as that started fucking happening, I was just like, don't you dare turn the fucking alien, the perfect organism, into a fucking pet. And then what happened in last week's episode? What do you think? What do you think happened in last week's episode? Guess what they did? I hated it. I fucking hated it. Necrob, bit noncy that, mate. My reaction to the androids. Yeah, that's what I thought as well. I just thought it was weird. Because it's not just that. It's just like, who is this TV show for? That's my thing. It's like, who is it? Who have you made this for? Because it's not for me, and I'm an Aliens fan. Aliens is like my favorite franchise. It's my favorite movie of all time. So who have you made this show for? Because you haven't made it for me, and I'm an Aliens fan. It's just fucking weird. It's just fucking weird. How am I, or anyone for that matter, supposed to relate to these main characters when they're the consciousness of a child put in an adult robot body? Like, do you know what I mean? I can't relate to that. Where's the Ripleys? Do you know what I mean? Ripley, fucking the most badass fucking, I was gonna say most badass female lead of any movie ever, and then I was just like, no, just the most one of the most badass lead characters of any movie ever. You can relate to Ripley. Do you know what I mean? Because, well, she's fucking human for a start. She's not a fucking robot. So you can relate to her, like, immediately. Do you know what I mean? She's fucking up against it in all the movies. Especially the fucking second one, where she's dealing with, like, all this shit about, like, the fact that she's been floating through space in hypersleep for 57 years. So by the time she gets finally picked up, just on the off chance, she asks about her daughter, and her daughter's died of old age. She was 11 the last time she saw her. So she's dealing with that. Like, do you know what I mean? The loss of her child and all these feelings that she has about motherhood. And then she finds Newt. And it's like, do you know what I mean? Then Newt gets taken. And then she has to go into fucking hero mode and be a mother and go and fucking rescue Newt, and then she comes face to face with the alien queen who's also a mother. And she's protecting her babies, the eggs, and they've got this face-off and shit. Dude, it's literally the greatest movie of all time. Two mothers, two bad mamas, facing each other down. Ripley's got Newt on her shoulder. She's aiming the fucking flamethrower at the fucking eggs. And then the fucking Praetorian Guard come in, and then the Queen's like, no, back off. And then the Queen's about to let her go. You know what I mean? They have this understanding, mother to mother. They have this understanding. And she's about to let him go. And then what happens? Fucking egg. Egg opens up, and then Ripley just does that. It's my favorite bit in the whole film. And then Ripley like looks at the egg opening, and then she just looks at the Queen and just goes, like as if to say, well, you know, like, and then she just burns all the eggs, burns all the fucking eggs, and then all the fucking Queen's like Praetorian Guards start coming in, and then she's blasting them with a fucking pulse rifle, and it's like. And then she's fucking firing grenades into the Queen's egg sack and shit, and it's just like, it's fucking amazing. It's amazing. It's amazing. And then she fucking takes the fucking grenade belt off, throws it into the fucking burning eggs, and everything blows up. And then they get out, and then the Queen fucking like, nah, I'm not having that, and she pulls herself off the fucking. She don't pull herself off, not like that. And then she fucking pulls herself off the egg sack and then goes after him. It's the greatest fucking movie of all time. It's the greatest fucking movie of all time. I'm not even like, no hyperbole. It's the greatest. It's the greatest movie of all time. I fucking love that movie so much. I swear to God, I love that movie so much. I know every single line in that movie. I've watched it more than any other movie I've ever seen. I watch it at least once a month. At least. Like, so good. What were we saying? I was ranting so long about aliens then that the last thing I remember was miles away. Hang on. Necrov, I swear if they turn the Xeno into a fucking puppy. Dude, I hated it. I hated it so much. I hated it so much. I hated it so much. Like, I genuinely hated it. Like, when it happened, me and Jane literally just looked at each other like that, and we were just like... And I literally said to Jane, I was like, I fucking told you they were gonna do this. And she was just like, yep. I was just like, no, why have they done this? Why have they done this? It's so annoying. Chaka, why keep watching it then? Life's too short for that. Because it's aliens, Chaka. I have to watch it. I have to watch it because it's aliens. That's what I have to do. Lamb, why they made Earth instead of giving us the third Prometheus movie, I'll never know. Alright, I'm gonna put this out there. I do not like Prometheus as an aliens film. If it wasn't an aliens film, I'd be like, yeah, that's an alright sci-fi movie. But I hate the explaining of the alien. And I absolutely hate that David was making aliens. That's so annoying. Because to me, what's so amazing about the alien, especially in Alien, the first one, is that it's a completely alien creature. You don't know what it is. You don't know where it's come from. You don't know what it wants. You don't know anything about it because it's fucking alien. It's a cosmic horror that you can't comprehend, you can't understand. Do you know what I mean? And I think them spending, Ridley Scott spending 2 movies explaining away everything about the alien, where he's just like, oh yeah, it was these engineers and they have these big like tubes of jizz that they like make a like, do you know what I mean? I'm just like, I don't want to know. I don't want to know any of that, because now you've made the alien not alien anymore. Do you know what I mean? Because I know everything about it. I know what it is. Now it's just an animal. It's like a tiger. I know what a tiger is. Do you know what I mean? That's my thought process. Because what I love about the alien is that it's so fucking alien. Because it's so weird looking. Do you know what I mean? And it just is. Like, it you don't know why, you don't know how, you don't know where. It just is. Like, it's just there. It's just it's an alien. You can't reason with it. You can't communicate with it. You don't understand what it is. It's just so sick. And then for movies to come out explaining that, it's like with the Joker. As soon as people start explaining the background of who the Joker was and before he was the Joker and all this shit, it takes away the mystique of what he is, of like the fear of what he is, because you don't know anything about him. He's just a fucking psycho. And the fact that you don't know anything about who he is makes it more, do you know what I mean? I just feel like it takes the mystique away from certain characters need that mystique. Certain things need that mystique. Now, I wouldn't say that for the Predator, because the Predator is a different type of character. Do you know what I mean? So I'm fine with knowing where the Predators are from and about their culture and stuff like that, because they seem to actually have a culture and stuff. Do you know what I mean? It's based on like honor and hunting and proving yourself and that kind of stuff. I'm cool with that. I just don't want to know anything about the alien. I just want it to stay alien, because that's what makes it so cool. And in the first 2 movies, you barely actually see the aliens properly. I mean, you see them, but I mean, you don't see them fully. Do you know what I mean? Like their entire body. And that makes it cooler as well, because your mind's filling in the blanks, because you never see all of it at once. As soon as you see all of it at once, it's just not. Do you know what I mean? The first movie that they proper shown it you all in one piece was Alien 3. And look how that went. Do you know what I mean? I don't want to see it. I've gone off on one again. Necrob, honestly, I wanted some Lovecraftian shit until Prometheus. Like, make it turn out that the Xenos are basically rats to these Lovecraftians' dominion. I just don't want to know anything about it. I just don't want to know anything about it. I want it to be a completely unknowable thing. Something you can't comprehend. Fake bag, did I tell you about my kids' experience watching Aliens? No, tell me. Wash. You're right, Wash. This is why I tend to avoid these kind of series. Always a disappointment. Yeah. I just feel like with most of these series at the moment, it's like, I feel like it's someone who's got an idea for a TV show, but nobody gives a shit about it. So what they do is, they attach it to an existing IP that they know has already got a fan base, so people will tune in anyway. And that's why it's never like respectful of the source material, you know, to the actual people who are fans. And then that's why I'm always saying, who are you making this for? Do you know what I mean? Like, these programs just feel like they don't have any heart. That's what annoys me about it. Necrob, to be a fly on the room to see Baby J watch Aliens for the first time. Dude, I was 7 years old the first time I watched Aliens. Because my mum had taped a movie for me on VHS off the telly. And obviously she taped a movie and then gone to bed. So the tape just carried on recording throughout the night until obviously the tape ran out. And so I watched the movie that she'd recorded for me. And the tape just carried on playing because I must have been doing something. And then Aliens was on after the movie. And I just sat there and I was just watching it. And obviously, like, pretty much the first fucking thing you see is her having the nightmare, pulling her shirt up, and then the fucking aliens, like, pushing the skin out of her belly like that. And I was just like, oh my God, right? And then I just carried on watching it. And then obviously these fucking Marines blasting fucking all the aliens under the atmospheric process a bit, where they get ambushed at the beginning, and it's just like, and they're like, let's rock! Like, I was just like, this is the best thing I have ever seen. Ever. And then my mum walked in and was like, are you watching Aliens? And I was like, yeah, this is the best thing I've ever seen. She was like, you shouldn't be watching this. I was like, but it's amazing. Leave it on. And then I think I watched it like 4 times that day. I just kept rewinding it and putting it back on. So good. So good. Wash, it's good, but I rank Lord of the Rings higher. Fair. I love Lord of the Rings. Yeah, I agree with you, Necrob. I wouldn't say Prometheus is wank. Like I said, I think if it wasn't connected to Aliens, if they took all the Aliens references out of it, it'd be a fine sci-fi film. But I just hate the explaining aliens. Lam, I don't mind it as the origin story of how the alien came to be. Yeah, I mean, if you want to know, that's fine. Like, but for me, I don't want to know. I think it takes all of the mystique and the cosmic horror away from what the alien is. I feel like that type of alien creature should remain completely alien for me. Chaka, what do you mean Joker was a fucking amazing movie, one of my favorite? No, I don't mean that movie. Oh shit. I don't mean that movie. That movie is a good movie. But to me, it's not the real Joker, is it? Do you know what I mean? That's just a standalone movie. It's not the real Joker. Fucking Bruce, because for one, fucking the Joker in it is like at least 50 years old, and Bruce Wayne's about fucking 8 years old, so it's definitely not the Joker, is it? Do you know what I mean? What is going on with this fucking microphone? Yeah, it's not the Joker. I mean, like, for example, Heath Ledger's Joker in The Dark Knight. Do not want to know anything about him. Do you know what I mean? Because when you don't know anything about him, you don't know who he is, you don't know where he's come from, you don't know how he's got to that place. The fact that he makes multiple lies about multiple different stories about how these scars were on his face and shit, so you have no idea what's true and what's not. That makes him a force of nature. That makes him more than a man. That turns him into a force of nature. Do you know what I mean? It's fucking amazing. And the Joker from the comics. The Joker from the cartoons. I don't want to know anything about him. Don't want to know. Don't need to know. It makes him way more scary, basically. But yeah, I do like the Joaquin Phoenix Joker movie, but in my headcanon, in my mind, that's not the real Joker. Do you know what I mean? Because it can't be. Because the time doesn't make sense. Because by the time that Bruce Wayne's Batman, that Joker will be about 80 years old. Snow, for everything wrong Alien 3 did, Charles Dance had an amazing performance. Yeah. And Charles S. Dutton's fucking amazing in Alien 3 as well. Nosset, we went from penis cars to Geiger penis. We did. Geiger penis monsters, yeah. Snow, you just explained the Halo TV series, yeah. That's what they do. They just. It's a writer who's like, or a screenwriter or a screenrunner. He's like, oh, I've got this idea for a TV show, and everyone's like, nobody wants to see that. And he's like, yeah, but what if it was just like Halo? Do you know what I mean? Like, fake bag. They picked the movie from the library. Insisted they wanted to watch it. 20 minutes, the oldest one is bored and leaves. The little one's invested, totally into it. Then there was a really loud jump scare and he was like, nope, fuck that, and refused to watch anymore. The autism hits hard sometimes. Oh, bless him. Bless him. Jack, I went to the movies and thought Joker was a normal superhero movie. I said, oh my fucking god, I was loud so many times. Lady Dragon. Arkham Knight game is the Joker I love. The Arkham Knight? Is that the one where he's dead and he's in Batman's mind? Batman's basically hallucinating him all the time. Necrob, I think it's a difference in generation. We're from a time that if you didn't know, you didn't know. Now people need to know everything in law because everything is Google. Mystery is dead, law is king, unfortunately. Yeah, I think there's an element of that. I definitely think there's an element of that. But it's like, you can apply that to Warhammer, innit? Where loads of people are like, what is the Emperor? Where's the Emperor? What is he? Like, do you know what I mean? It's like, no, the whole point is that you don't know. The whole point is that you don't know. I don't want to know what the Emperor is. He might just be a man. He might be a god. He might be something else entirely. Do you know what I mean? But the whole point is that you don't know. Because if you know what the Emperor is, then you know who's right and who's wrong. Do you know what I mean? Because if it's like, oh yes, the Emperor is actually a god, then you're like, right, okay, so all the people who believe in the Emperor as a god, they're actually correct. And that kind of defeats the object of it. Do you know what I mean? Because you've got loads of people who are like, no, believe in the Emperor as a god and all this shit. And then you've got other people who are like, no. Do you know what I mean? But then if one faction is proved right, then everything collapses because it's a house of cards, isn't it? That's built on things like faith and secularism and, do you know what I mean? Shit like that. Snow, I liked it when aliens were more like tyrannids, a completely alien biology, near perfect species that you can't understand, makes them so great for horror. I agree. Wash, anyone seen the latest Joker? I heard they turned it into a full-fledged musical. It bombed so unbelievably hard. Lol. I did not watch the sequel because Well, I don't like musicals. I was just like, I'm not gonna like this, so there's no point in me watching it. Lady Dragon. Yeah, the Joker when he was voiced by Mark Hamill's my favorite Joker. Yeah, look, I fucking love Mark Hamill's Joker. Fucking so good. That was the Joker I grew up with, though. Do you know what I mean? I grew up with that Joker because I grew up watching Batman the Animated Series. So that Mark Hamill was always my Joker. Lamb, I'd have to say Heath Ledger's my favourite Joker. Heath Ledger is 100% my favourite live-action Joker. 100%. I love that take on him. Because it's totally different. It's such a gritty, more realistic take on what the Joker could be. Do you know what I mean? To me, anyway. Like, it's fucking perfect, really. It's fucking perfect. It's fucking perfect. It's a perfect, like, take on the Joker. I fucking love it so much. Lamb, I like Jack Nicholson, but Heath took it. Yeah, I liked Jack Nicholson. The only thing I don't like about the Jack Nicholson Joker is that he's a gangster. That's the only thing I don't like about it. Everything else I love. But I don't like that he's a gangster. Because I've never thought of the Joker as a gangster. The Penguin's a gangster. Two-Face is like a gangster. Do you know what I mean? Whereas the Joker's, like I said before, he's a force of nature. The Joker. And I don't want to see him as like a organized crime boss. Do you know what I mean? That's my only foible with Jack Nicholson's Joker. Wash. Jared Leto is the best Joker. Changed my mind. Come on, Wash. Dude, it's 11:30. You can't be baiting me like that at 11:30. It's Do you know what, right? I feel like Jared Leto probably could have done a good Joker if it weren't in such a shit film with shit writing. Because Jared Leto can act his bollocks off. Do you know what I mean? But for some weird reason, he just does stuff like Suicide Squad and fucking Morbius. Do you know what I mean? But again, they made him like a gangster. I don't want the Joker to be a gangster. I don't need him to be a gangster in the club. Like, do you know what I mean? I don't need that. I need him to be a fucking chaotic psychopath that does things, that's unpredictable, does things without rhyme or reason. Do you know what I mean? Just a completely impulsive, clever, ruthless psychopath. That's what the Joker should be. To me anyway. Fake man, Jared Leto is a tool. Fuck that guy. Yeah, he is a tool. He's a fucking weirdo. But objectively, the man can act. Like, he's had some really good performances in some good films. But the man himself is a fucking creep. Yeah, Leto in Requiem for a Dream. He's fucking well good in it. He was good in Blade Runner as well, I thought. I thought he was good in that as well. Chaka, if you guys could only choose one movie as the best, what would it be? Aliens. 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 Viva La Dan music as well. Leo should stick to. I mean, there's only one 30 Seconds to Mars song that I like. Viva La Dan, 90s Leo in movies was alright. Yeah, he was in American Psycho. He was in Fight Club. What was that other movie in where didn't he have, oh shit, didn't he have AIDS or something in a movie? Or am I thinking of something else? Viva La Dan, have we seen the DC Absolute universe? No, I have not. What is it? Is it like a new cartoon? Necrob, he was also really decent in Peanut Room. Peanut Room? Is that like a room full of penises? Snow, Dallas Buyers Club. That's the movie I'm thinking of. That's the movie I'm thinking of. Snow, I want to find whatever dumbass had the idea to give the Joker tattoos and fire them immediately and forever. I don't mind him having tattoos. I don't mind him having tattoos. I don't like the gangster, like, side of it. He doesn't need that. There's enough villains in Batman's rogue gallery that are gangsters. The Joker doesn't need to be a gangster. The Joker just needs to be the Joker. I'm not really asked what he looks like. It's more about how he holds himself, like his presence, the things he does, the things he says. I want that feeling of unpredictability. I want the feeling that I get when Homelander's on screen in The Boys. Because I'll still say that now. I think Homelander is so intimidating. And he doesn't even really have to do anything. They've nailed what Homelander is in The Boys. Every time he's on screen, I feel like I'm holding my breath. Because I'm just like, I have no idea what he's going to do. But you know how powerful he is and what he's capable of. But you have no idea what he's going to do at any time, which is amazing. It's so good the way that everything that they've shown you about him, because they've shown you it all. It's not like it's not fucking what do you call it, where they're fucking just telling you. Like they've shown you what type of person he is. They've shown you what he's capable of. And they've also shown you that he's completely unpredictable. There's times when you think he's defo gonna do something here, and he doesn't. And then there's times when you don't think that anyone's really done anything, and he'll do something fucking horrendous. It's so good. And there's nothing, and the most terrifying part of it is that there's nothing anyone can do to stop him. At all. Which makes it terrifying. But that's the feeling that I want from the Joker. That feeling of unpredictability, that feeling of, shit, this guy could just go off at any second, do anything, do you know what I mean? Viva La Dan, Joker has a fucking suit made out of babies. Oh my god. Holy shit. Viva La Dan Fight Club was good because he got battered. He's also sick in Mr. Nobody. What's Mr. Nobody now? I feel like I know what that is. Fateback, Homelander is one of the creepiest characters I've ever seen. Yeah. I wouldn't say he's creepy. I'd say he's genuinely terrifying. I genuinely think he's terrifying. Do you know what I mean? Like, if you imagine being around that person, it's like the fucking, what's the woman, the CEO of VOX? She's a perfect example of what it would be like being around him. She's bald. Bald because she's ripped her own hair out of fear. That's crazy. She lives every minute of her life in absolute abject terror from him. And she's the CEO of the company. She's an insanely rich, insanely wealthy, powerful woman. And she's absolutely fucking terrified of him. It's crazy. Like, I genuinely think he's like one of the most terrifying characters. Just because of what he is. Chaka, I can't get into The Boys. I've tried so many times. I think The Boys is the best TV show currently. Apart from Stranger Things. That's probably my favourite current TV show. But The Boys is a close second. I love The Boys so much. It's everything I like. It's insanely violent. Like, insanely violent. Like, way over the top, like, gory. It's funny as fuck. The story's good. The actors are great. Do you know what I mean? The writing's not stupid. It's mint. It's mint. Viva La Dan, I did video games development in college and we had to make a quick story about anything we wanted. My choice was a group of people saving the world. Yeah, get absolutely no fucking credit because they weren't as known as the big heroes. Ended up turning 3 pages into like 20 pages and made a trilogy. Amazing. Nossa, I also really just love the concept of superheroes being assholes because I feel it's more likely than super nice, perfect heroes. I do as well. I think it's well more realistic. Because look at the superheroes we have. Celebrities. Do you know what I mean? All these super rich, wealthy, powerful people. If you think about the power that these people hold, it's a lot more than the average Joe, innit? Do you know what I mean? And look at how they behave. Look at the things they do. So you know exactly what it would be like. It'd be exactly like what it's like now. I think that is one of the reasons why it's so good and why it's so popular, because people are going, yeah, that is what it would be like. All these fucking politicians and CEOs and celebrities. Do you know what I mean? And all the horrendous fucking shit that they do. Fake back. I was going to say terrifying. I didn't want to sound hyperbolic. It's not hyperbolic. It's not hyperbole. I don't think it is. I think he's genuinely terrifying. Like I said, honestly, after, I think it was probably some part way through the first half of season 2. I was just like, every time he comes on screen, I'm just like, oh God. Because you just can't predict what he's going to do. And he's so powerful, and no one can stop him. And he's horrible. He's fucking horrible. He's a horrible, horrible, evil bastard. And the fact that he's got godlike fucking superpowers, he's just like, this is awful. This is really scary. Mr. Nobody is a movie about the last old man in the world where everyone is immortal. What? That sounds pretty interesting and also depressing. Chaka, oh, bedtime. All right, good night. Good night, Chaka. Cheers for hanging out. I appreciate you. Viva La Dan, the boys comic book is much better than the TV series, but the TV series is also still good. I've read quite a bit of the boys comic book. It is good. I did enjoy it. Queechybot appreciates the compliments. Oh, he loves a good compliment, does Queechybot. Viva La Dan, I cannot get into Stranger Things and I have no clue why. I love 80s shit. I love Stranger Things. I think it's fucking brilliant. Genuinely. Me, Jane, Loki, and Scarlet have watched Stranger Things all the way through so many times. It's so good. We're going to start watching it again soon, because obviously the final episodes are coming out over Christmas, aren't they? So we need to watch it all again. I love it so much. It's so good. Ah, Necrob, did you not like the boys comic? Were you not into it? You've made gold from shit. Snow, no matter how many times I tried, I could never get past episode 1 of Stranger Things. That's wild. That's wild. But, I mean, it's different strokes for different folks, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? Just because I like something doesn't mean that somebody else will like it. But it for me, it's my favorite TV show currently. That and The Boys. Hey Shannon, how you doing? You alright? Shannon, who are we talking about? Sorry, just joined. Oh yeah, I was talking about Homelander. Sorry, I'm a bit behind on the chat because I you know what I'm like, when I start talking, I just start talking and start going on with myself. Homelander is Peter Thiel. I don't know who Peter Thiel is. I don't know who that is. Necrob, there's an anime I want to watch. It's basically if all the Power Rangers were Homelander and manufactured villains through slavery. What? What? What the fuck is that? Raptor Wash, by the way, have you tried Bolt Gun Words of Vengeance, where you type words to kill Xenos? No, but I know about it. I know about it. I'm not fast enough at typing. I'd suck. I remember there was the House of the Dead one. I used to have that on my old PC years ago. The one where you type to shoot the zombies on House of the Dead. And I sucked at that as well. Shannon, I'm good, thank you. I was listening to you while I did my Star Wars sandwiches again. Amazing. Yeah, I saw them in the Discord there, Ace. Shannon, how are you? I'm good. I watched the last episode of Alien Earth tonight. Oh my god. Shannon, I've not watched it yet. I'll watch it on the weekend with Jane. But I've already been raging about it. I went on like a massive tirade ranting about it before. I'm not enjoying it. I'll be honest. I'm not enjoying it. And last week's episode did the one thing I really fucking did not want them to do, and I knew they were gonna do it from the moment she started fucking to the fucking alien. As soon as she started doing that, I was like, don't you fucking dare. Don't you fucking dare. And then last week it happened, and I literally just looked at Jane and I was just like, why? What's she gonna do? She's gonna put a fucking lead on it now. Give it a bowl of water, bowl of fucking pedigree chum. Fucking hell. I'm so angry. I've not even watched the last episode. Fake bag. The fact you don't know who that is just proves how fucking terrifying that man is. He's literally not exaggerating, trying to make the entire planet his money machine. Fucking hell. What, is he like one of these George Soros type fellas? One of these fucking big fucking movers and shakers? Who are just basically playing God with all their money? Is he like that? Because that's what those type of guys do, don't they? Where they just manipulate everything with their money and influence and power. And it's just like, fuck. Like, fuck that. Fuck all of it. I'm assuming that's like the type of person he is. If that's what you're saying. Lamb round 2. Don't set me off on fucking Alien Earth again. Don't set me off on it. Shannon, I'm not enjoying it either. My boyfriend is, but he thinks everything's great. It annoys me. Yeah, but at least he's happy though. Do you know what I mean? At least he's happy about it. I wish I enjoyed it. I feel like if I weren't such a massive Aliens fan, I probably would enjoy it. Do you know what I mean? But because I love Aliens so much, I just feel like every week Disney Plus is just opening my mouth like this and then just taking a massive shit in it. And then don't even wipe my mouth. I have to then go and wipe my own mouth. But then when I get to the toilet paper, I realise that Disney Plus has shat all over the toilet paper as well. So now I have to wipe Disney Plus's shit out of my mouth with toilet paper that Disney Plus has shit all over. So I'm just smearing Disney Plus's shit all over my face, basically. That's effectively what Alien Earth has done to me. Really. If you'll pardon the analogy. Viva La Dan, when I was with my ex, her sister was going through Stranger Things, and I heard Vecna, and I was like, why is Vecna in this? And then she had to explain that. And then had to explain that me and my brothers used to play D&D quite often. Yeah. So, yeah, there's loads of, like, because the kids in it play D&D. That's, like, their thing. So, like, all the monsters or whatever that they come up against, they give them names because they associate what that creature or character can do with a character or a creature from D&D, which is sick because I love D&D. Like, so it's fucking badass. Do you know what I mean? So they have the Demogorgon and the fucking and Vecna and the Mind Flayer. Like, it's cool. Do you know what I mean? Shannon, I don't like Boy Genius at all. I really, really dislike him. My favourite character in it is Kirsch. Timothy Oliphant. The synthetic. Which is ironic, because I'm so fucking sick of synthetics in alien movies. And he's my favourite character out of it. Do you know what I mean? Him and Morrow, the cyborg. They're my two favourite characters. Fake back. Super rich mega tech dude inventing shit that makes me afraid for our future. Fucking hell. This is a fucking thing though, innit? Like, this is how technology is gonna go. It's just gonna keep going and going and going and going and going. Like, there's no stopping technology, is there? It's like the whole AI thing at the moment. It's like, it's a thing. Do you know what I mean? But for me, like, I was talking to Steve and Brad about this when we were away on the weekend. I was like, to me, AI that we have now, I don't think it's AI. Because my thought process of what AI is a completely independent, like, learning intelligence. Whereas I feel like the AI that exists now isn't really learning, it's just correlating. Do you know what I mean? It's just like Google. Because it's just searching the internet. It's not learned anything. Like, do you know what I mean? It's not, it's just correlating information. But I guess that's, maybe that's the only thing that AI could be. I don't know. I just feel like real AI would be something that's like sentient, maybe. Not sentient, but yeah, maybe sentient. Like aware. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? I don't know. I don't like, do you know what I mean? I struggle whenever my PC fucks up, so what do I know? Viva La Dan. Alien or Predator is how I usually start my hot take debates. Love Predator. Fucking love Predator so much. My favourite movies of all time, in order: Aliens, Terminator 2, Predator, RoboCop, Conan the Barbarian. They're my top 5 movies of all time. Fake back. Alright, Jason, it's time for your weekly mouth shit. Open up. I'm trying to work on this drawing of a shoe bill. You're making me laugh. Viva La Dan, when we all linking over a D&D night then. You can't just link up for one D&D night. Fucking hell. Me, Gav, Steve and Brad have been playing the same campaign since like January. Every Friday. Shannon, I want to know what you think next week about the last episode. I already know I'm going to hate it. I already know I'm going to hate it, but I am going to watch it because I have to watch it, don't I? I can't, like, not watch an alien thing. NASA still need another season of Santa Clarita Diet. It's been, they're bringing it back. They're bringing it back for another season. Jane told me the other day. She was like, oh, they're doing another season of Santa Clarita. I was like, yeah! Snow, the AI we have right now is more like the VI from Mass Effect, if you've played those games. I have played the Mass Effect games, but I can't remember what the VI is. Why can I not? Shannon, it's learning how we speak, how we think and stuff. That's a creepy thing about AI. Yeah, but it's not learning though. Like for me, that it's not learning though, because it doesn't understand context. So it's not aware. Do you know what I mean? Because it can retain information that has either been input into it or it has searched from the internet, but it doesn't understand the context. Do you know what I mean? Because obviously we as humans, we understand context. Do you know what I mean? Not everything is black and white. Sometimes there's a grey area in between. Do you know what I mean? Or there's an entire fucking spectrum of different shades and colours. Like, whereas from my experience with AI, it can retain and hold information, but doesn't understand context of things. So it can give you information on something, but that information might not be applicable because of the context of the situation. Do you know what I mean? If you know what I mean. But again, I'm just some idiot who can't even get his PC to work most of the time, so I'm probably just talking shit. So no, virtual intelligence, it pretty much just aggregates information and answers questions. Yeah, that is pretty much the AI that we have now. Ulsect, yeah, Mass Effect VIs were more like Giga versions of ChatGPT, whole games about AI being too dangerous to exist. That's exactly what they have in Warhammer as well. There is no AI in Warhammer, as they call it, abominable intelligence. And it's completely outlawed in the Imperium because of something that happened like thousands of years before, where basically humans got to a insanely technological peak, like way more advanced than what Warhammer is now, even like tens of thousands of years later. Yeah, but the humans got to this insane technological peak, like some of the most technologically advanced shit in the entire galaxy ever, and it was like a fucking golden age, basically. Do you know what I mean? And they made AI, and everything went wrong, basically. Everything went completely wrong. And then I'm guessing some kind of war happened between humans and AI. Humans won, and AI is now completely outlawed in the Imperium. So that's why any like robotic things that you see in Warhammer in the Imperium, you know, like our Nigel, they all have to have a human brain in them. They cannot be AI. They cannot be automatic. They have to have a human brain in. So when you see Nigel mooching about, how he's a skull and shit, there's a human brain inside Nigel that's aware of its entire existence. How horrifying is that? That's proper grim dark Warhammer shit. Exeter, Jason, how are you, man? I've covered 2 of your songs now. No way! Awesome! Awesome, dude. Which songs did you cover? Didn't you cover Pantheon? Fateback sounds like the book I'm reading right now. What book you reading? Ulsect, man, that puts into perspective a certain character in what I'm a 40k rogue trader. No shit. Yeah. That's that. So anything. So servitors, servo skulls, cherubs, anything will have, like, anything like that will have an aware human brain in it, and they're not even like, they don't even like lobotomize them or anything. They're like fully aware of their existence. It's fucking horrible. It's so bad. And Follow the Deceiver. Nice. It's a good song, that. Good song, Follow the Deceiver. Fate Bag is zombies, but the people are still conscious and aware, but they can't control anything their body does. They're just passengers. It's Fall of Night. Second book of the two. First called Dead of Night. That sounds really interesting. And horrible. Viva La Dan, I'm trying to get back into doing vocal stuff. I haven't done any covers for about 10 years, so I'm rusty as shit with what I need. I mean, you just need a... I mean, I use... I can't fucking lift it up because it's on this arm. But I use a 5M SM7B. For sure. It's the microphone I've always used for vocals. It's just a classic. It's a classic. Do you know what I mean? It's like... How can I describe it? It's insanely reliable. Has a really good sound quality. And I've never had a bad experience with one. So, like, when I had to give the old one back, first thing I did was buy myself one, like, straight away, because I was like, well, I'm making music. Just because I'm not in a band anymore doesn't mean I'm not making music. So I need a fucking SM7B. So I just went on fucking eBay and found one cheap. But they've got like upgraded versions of them and shit out now, but don't need one. They've got one that they brought a updated version of this out, of the SM7B out, that's got the cloud lifter built into the microphone, so you don't need an external cloud lifter. But I've got a cloud lifter anyway, so it makes no fucking difference. XII, that's probably my favourite one I've done. Thanks for the inspiration. Thanks for covering the song, dude. Thanks for covering the song. And thanks for being a fan of the music that I made. I appreciate that, dude. I mean, that means the fucking world to me, honestly. I'm glad people are still enjoying the shit that I did. Do you know what I mean? I'm glad it still inspires people. People enjoy it. Viva La Dan. Nah, I just need the software for my PC. Download Reaper. Reaper's sick. That's what I use. It's free. And it's well good. Shannon, my boyfriend's a vocalist and I never know what to buy him for Christmas. I honestly don't know if he'd even use that, but it would be a good present. An SM7B is shit hot, I think. I think it's fucking well good. I wouldn't ever want to record vocals on anything else. But it's personal preference, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? For me, I've always used one of them. So I don't want to use anything else. But they are good. If you mooch about on eBay, you'll probably find one for 150 quid. Maybe even cheaper. Fateback, that's what you recommended to Nos, isn't it? He loves that thing. With this studio mic. Is it that one? Because I remember we were talking about microphones, but I can't remember whether we were talking about studio mics or a microphone for live. I can't remember. Ashes Lie Still is next on my radar. Sweet. Sweet, dude. That's fucking sick, man. Honestly. That's fucking sick. I'm glad you're still enjoying that shit, dude. It's fucking awesome. Snow, I'll be back in a bit if you're still here. Gotta drive home from work. No, I'm gonna go in a minute, Snow. I'm gonna go in a minute because I'm fucking knackered. It's just gone midnight here, so I need to go. I need to go and get some sleep. Gotta be up at fucking 7 in the morning. So I've got to be up in 6 hours, basically. No, 7 hours, sorry. Viva La Dan. The Divine Right of Kings is on the list. Destructo by the Dinosaur is also there. Which I do have down, I just need to record it. Sick! Fucking sick. Fucking awesome, guys. Haha! Still out here fucking inspiring these vocalists. You know what I mean? Nah, seriously though. That makes me feel good, that, guys. I appreciate it. Wash, unless you're recording black metal. Then you'd want a $10 headset microphone. Yeah, that's true. Shannon, the boys have a rack in ears and everything, so I never know what to buy him. I mean, I'd ask him. I'd ask him. I wouldn't try and just surprise him with musical equipment, just in case he doesn't need it. Do you know what I mean? Because there might be something else that he does need. So just ask him. Just ask him. Just say like, oh, have you got a studio? You've got a studio mic? Have you ever wanted to record at home or anything like that? And then if he says, oh, I would love to record at home, then you know you can get him an SM7B. I should work for sure. Microphones, really. Wash, reckon that's what Varg did for the early Berza albums. Yeah. Such a weird, like... It's such a weird, like, production. But it's like completely... It's completely, utterly DIY, isn't it? They were literally... kids. Fucking... just recording what they can, on what they can. Fate back. You know what? Yeah, it's the live mic you guys talked about. Yeah, didn't he? I think he got. Did he get an Audio Technica? I think he said he got an Audio Technica. I might be just fucking making that up. Wireless Sennheiser. Ah, yeah. I use an AKG and Audio Technica. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I remember. I thought it was the live mic. Yeah, you got an Audio Technica. I remember. Shannon, yeah, good idea, Jason. I'll do that. I always forget. I can just ask. No, because I know it. It's nice to surprise someone, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? Because it is. It's nice to surprise someone, but when it comes to like musical equipment, I would always ask first, just because it's not like buying someone like a Warhammer model or buying them a t-shirt or something. It's something that is going to cost a lot of money, and he might not even need it. Do you know what I mean? Because when you're in a band and stuff, like, for me anyway, it was never about what I wanted. it was always, what do I need? Do you know what I mean? It was always, what equipment do I need? Like, because there was loads of shit that I wanted, but you have to go off what you need, like, because it's a fucking tool, isn't it, to do a job? When you think about it, it's like being a fucking carpenter and being like, right, I need a hammer. Do you know what I mean? I need a saw. It's exactly like that. Feedback, I only surprised Nos with the musical equipment once. It was a Pandora mini guitar effects thingy. He still has it 100 years later. Nos, I fucking love that Audio Technica, by the way. Yeah, they're good. Audio Technica are really good microphones. Weighty, though, aren't they? They have a lot of weight in them. The Audio Technica ones. Got proper weight in them, from what I remember. Yours isn't. I'm sure I used Will's. I'm sure Will had an Audio Technica, and I used it on one of the tours I did with him. I'm sure it was an Audio Technica, and I'm sure it weighed a fucking ton. Some of those mics could be used as proper home defense. They're so heavy. Yeah. My well, it's not mine anymore, but the Sennheiser I had, that had a bit of weight to it. That had a bit of weight to it. But then it was Will's. I'm sure it was Will's. I used an Audio Technica that Will had, and it weighed it, and it was a wired one as well, and it weighed a fucking ton, and it was well small. I remember picking it up. I was like, why the fuck is this so heavy? It's fucking tiny. Oh my god, I'm so tired. I'm gonna have to bounce. I'm gonna have to bounce because I'm super tired, guys, and it's 12:15. But we've had a nice time. Read some awesome chapters tonight, and had me little rant about aliens and a nice little chat with you guys.
Slanking, you look tired. Maybe it is time to retire to your chambers.
I think it is time to retire to my chambers. Is there anything you want to say, Nigel? Anything about the Discord or anything?
In the name of the Emperor, please do join our Discord community.
There we go. All right. Oh, you off?
Thank you so much for joining us, dear Creechlings. We will see you next week.
Oh, ta-ra then. Oh, he's fucked off. He's fucked off. Right, well, he said join our Discord. So if you are new to the channel and you haven't joined the Discord, do as Nigel says and join our fucking Discord. I've dropped the link in the chat right there. So click that link, join the best community on the internet. Everyone is so lovely there. So click that link, introduce yourself, and make some new friends, because you'd be super welcome in our Discord. So please do join it. I will be back tomorrow at 7:30, depending on time and stuff, for some Thursday Night Terror, which should be fun. So I need to download a Menti, actually. Do need to download a Menti. So we'll play a Menti tomorrow. Should be fun. Should be good. Fake back. Can't wait to see what kind of wig we'll have. Why are you getting a wig? You getting a wig? Or is Nos getting a wig? Are we all What's your obsession with wigs? What wig are you getting? Is it just like a fun wig? Just a wig for fun? Not a, I am a wig.
Nosset the wig.
Right. Everybody, have a wonderful rest of your evening. If you have any of your evening left. If you're going to bed, good night and sweet dreams. Like I said, I'll be back tomorrow around 7 o'clock for some Thursday Night Terror. Thank you so much for hanging out with me tonight. As always, it's been a fucking pleasure. Thank you so much for the follows, for the subs, for the gift subs. You guys are fucking awesome, and your support is what allows me to keep doing this mental thing that I fucking love doing and love hanging out with you guys. So I'll speak to you all in the Discord, and I will see you all tomorrow. Alright guys, from me, from Nigel, peace and fucking love. Good night. Mwah.